Mic test. Testing the mic. Mic test. How's the latency? Seems alright. Go ahead and transition on in. How's that looking? I gotta switch this to off a 144p for a moment. Howdy folks, welcome back to yet another paint stream. Good day Tyler, good day Peganico, good day Griffon. How goes? Today we're gonna be doing something fun. We're gonna start painting the Hunchback. I picked up this here Vallejo model color set, and I think it's going to be a subject in the video that I'm going to paint it up using this Panzer Aces camouflage set. Now let me turn off my audio playback so I can focus on the task at hand and get a rolling. So I've got the camera zoomed out a bit because we're going to be working on a big old boy today, and it's absolutely gargantuan. So I've got to keep the camera kind of zoomed out so y'all can see what's going on. So you're going to lose a little quality in seeing the paint itself happening. I might try to zoom it in, but you can see this is a FDM print, and it's got not the best surface quality to it, which is fine because this is going to be a periphery power mech. This will be for the 1st Canopian Brigade, the Magistracy of Canopus, and we've got all the fun little cat girls running around the base to help to distract from the obvious problems in the sculpt. I think some weathering will go far, but time constraints forced me to print this honkin' behemoth of a model out in one piece, in one go, and it still took 3 days. 3 full days. The cat girls, yeah. Last stream we've got, let's see. I'm gonna drop my paintbrush. So there's a bit of a latency here. Let's see if I can't get the thing to focus on it. We got the brownie on the boots, and then a secondary brown color on the armor panels and the starts of the skin tone. And I was very displeased with the Crusader skin speed paint. But those are just base coats, more or less. And from here, we'll be able to put some actual paint on them. I may do another stream with the cat girls. I may just work on them over the weekend, honestly. But as I mentioned last stream, the Hunchback needs to be done and ready and in the pocket for the upcoming big video. Again, I'm going to stick to my policy of not mentioning that one by name. I don't want to come across as affiliated with that major production because it is big and I have nothing to do with it. But this is a project that is timed at the same time to you know, take advantage of the whole 6 degrees thing of separation thing, get some clicks. Hopefully we'll get some folks on the big Hunchback that are not channel regulars. And it is the world's biggest battletech. It's not literally the biggest model. In fact, I dare say that Guy from Midwinter Minis did that 28mm scale Atlas, and that's probably around the same size as this. Because that is a 100-ton chassis, while Hunchback is 55-ton chassis. But this is in 148 scale, which is similar to what like Tamiya models would be in. So I think I do have a legit claim. Midwinter Minis did indeed do a battletech episode about a gigantic model. He actually It upset me a little bit because I was working on the 28 millimeter Urban Mech video and almost had it out. And to date, that's been the most successful video on my channel. But it came out. Well, Guy's video came out of left field, out of nowhere, before mine dropped. And honestly, I don't know if that helped or hurt. But I know at the time that my channel only had something like 400 subs. And that video got over 5,000 views, which was insane. And if my channel wasn't a battletech channel before, that moment kind of cemented it as so. But digressing, here we are today. Welcome all y'all. We're gonna put in another work session. I'll probably be here for the next 4 hours or so. I'm gonna try and get a little headway in and record some stuff for the upcoming Hunchback video. So as always, I've got cameras 1 and 2, and then my phone right here to do the actual filming for the video. Excuse me. And I think we're gonna do sponge painting today. Yeah, let me grab this scrap of sponge down here. And grip on. I'm sorry I had to step away. What video was that? The are you talking about my video that was good, or the my successful video, or the Midwinter Minis one? I could maybe put one in the link, or put a link in the chat, though I'd have to walk across the room. Yeah, when you said it was a boost. Yeah, God, Midwinter Minis did a... Let's see if I can't look it up real quick. This is a little clunky because I'm just operating my computer here with a mouse, and I've got an on-screen keyboard. But there is a Midwinter Minis battletech. So I'm going to link this one first because he got his video out before mine dropped. Like right before it, out of nowhere. It was very surprising. Oh, where's this biscuits at? Griffin said, "Oh, I've seen the Midwinter video. I was just asking which of my videos is commenting." Okay, so the my video was I can't remember the exact name of it, but it was like battletech in 28 millimeter exclamation point question mark big urban mech, and that was insanely successful for the size of the channel. It very quickly rivaled the number of views I got on the first battletech content, which was the painting a battletech lance part 1. In fact, that video was so successful that I have kind of culled all the old stuff with the growing pains, because that stuff was just it doesn't really compare. And you know, with those few videos, I'm now a battletech channel. I'd like to kind of change that a bit. I want to paint more Infinity stuff. I've got really fun, like, weird models. Like, I picked up these Dungeon Crawl Classics things. I'd love to paint those. I've got some... Like, last time I was at the game store, I picked up this Rust Monster. I think it'd be really fun to paint. Or this here Darkhaven Giant Sloth. So I'd love to paint stuff like that. It's just algorithmically, I know they're going to fall on their face. So I've got to pepper those in between the battletech stuff, which I know will do well. But yeah, so now we're showing that I'm working with this set here. Let's get the weird pawing at it in there. I'm going to try to paint this Hunchback with just the Panzer Aces set. I highly recommend this set. I picked it up on Amazon for like $30. I could not believe the value for the money here. Like, it's an absurd amount of paint. Bridge says sloths are hot right now. Nightbot has admonished you once again. Let me let you know again. I haven't quite figured out how to really get the Nightbot configured, but I did drop the timeout time, so it shouldn't disturb you from chatting. It shouldn't keep you from chatting, but I think it's funny that it keeps giving you guff. So it's staying it's staying on there. All right, so we're gonna be doing a sponge painting job on this mech, and the main colors for the first Canopian Brigade. Here, let me stop this camera. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't have a way to show y'all. So let me pull up the unit color compendium link. And I'm going to copy this link, and I'll put this in the chat if you're interested in seeing the inspiration for this model. Since I can't pull it up. Nightbot strikes again. Yeah, I know that there's fun stuff you can do with it. Actually, it was watching your stream that inspired me to add it. And since I've put it on, the only thing it's done is admonish people for participating in the chat, and I think that's really funny, so it's going to continue. It's not going to ban nobody. And I think the timeout's down to like 1 second. So, you know, put the emotes in there, do the all caps, whatever. If you get too bad, I might turn back on the timeout speed for like, I don't know, 20 seconds or something. But anyhow. Okay, I think we're going to start out with this here German camouflage black-brown. And hopefully y'all can see it all right. I'd like the shots to be a little more in on the action, but this is such a big model. It's got to be pulled out. Nightbot is a menace unless you reel it in. I don't know how much reeling I've done. As much as just kind of letting it do its thing, but limiting the amount it can hinder people. So we're going to get some water and thin this out. And we're going to start with this German camouflage black-brown color by Vallejo. And that's going to go on the... Let me pull back up my reference. It looks like it's the lower extremities of the limbs. Kind of the knees down to the feet. And the arms. The lower arms. So we're going to start with that. And another nod to Midwinter Minis here. I'm using his technique that he showcased for the Titan. For the Warlord Titan paint up. So we're going to take this old piece of sponge. I've got this nice, real soft sponge out of the... what did this come out of? This came out of an Infinity box. And this one's going to be a heavier sponge coat than the rest. I guess I could just brush this on, since this is kind of the base coat, really. But I think the rest going forward are going to be thinner and they get built up in layers, and it kind of establishes like a patchiness to the color. I might actually need to wait on that now that I'm working on it and thinking about it here. Thinking about it. Let's do... What's my biggest brush? Maybe one of these Princeton big boys. This number 6 flat. Is that a brush pad or steel wool? It is packing foam from an Infinity Army box. Real soft, spongy material. But I'm jumping the gun. I need to put on like a base coat before I start the sponge process. I'm a dummy. I just got excited. So we're gonna pull out this here number 6 flat from Princeton. Wow, the latency's kind of not great. I think it's also made worse by the fact that I'm on Wi-Fi on this computer, so it slows it down even more. All right, so we're going to repeat that. I'm going to pull out this 6. I'm going to show it to the camera, and I'm going to start brushing it on and just obscure obscure that other leg from my recording here and pretend like that hasn't happened yet. Yes, movie magic. And really just, you know, I'm putting in this work here and gonna be spending probably, I don't know, 5-10 minutes putting this color on, but really I only need 20-30 seconds of footage for the video itself. And in fact, I should probably try to be cognizant of that and save space on my memory card. I find it somewhat lamentable that you end up spending all this effort recording something if you do the whole thing. Like 20-30 minutes sometimes of footage of a step on a large project, and then oftentimes I'll take that massive amount of footage and pare it down to 30 seconds in the video. So my reasoning is, if I can be more cognizant of that and like set up shots to film it, then I can, you know, save a little space on my camera. Anyhow, mood. What is everybody's moods like today? Speaking of, how's everybody feeling? Let me know in the chat if you're having a good day, if you're having a bad day, if you're painting. Is it too hot out? How goes it? I know it's hot here. San Francisco's been getting warmer and warmer the last, what, 10 years? God, have I been here that long? And Griffin says it is, in fact, too goddamn hot. Yeah, I can't imagine. Oh, Pega Manico says nice and chilly. Oh, y'all are winter, right? Is it winter for y'all? Or is it, how's the seasonal difference in the southern hemisphere? You know, us Americans kind of just tend to assume the rest of the world's exactly the same as us, because we are conditioned from an early age to live in a perpetual state of American exceptionalism, and it's frankly disgusting. I don't know, even expanding your horizons across the country can change that. I come from a small town in Tennessee, full of rednecks and religious zealots and bigots and racists. And now I live in California on the West Coast like a god-dang coastal elite. It's funny. Peganico says, I mean, it's still over 20 degrees in the day. Ah, yes. But you're not using freedom units. You're using real temperatures? Which I was never taught in school, so I have no frame reference. You'd think a man in his mid-30s would have some frame of reference as to what 20 degrees Celsius feels like. But see, you say 20 degrees, and my small town redneck mind thinks, damn, that's cold. Below freezing, in fact. For those of you who don't know, you happen to catch the streams at the right hour. Peganico does painting streams over on their channel that are super fun. Definitely gonna have to steal some of your ideas, some of your techniques of fun. I like when you do the shots, it zooms in on the eyes. It's really good. Good stuff. The sound effects are super nice. Really fun. It was actually your stream the other day that kind of turned everything into the perpetual biscuit discussion here, which is especially funny because, you know, the channel membership tiers are biscuits, and the Patreon tiers are biscuits. So if you joined up and wanted to express your support for the channel, you could join the rank of biscuits. Gain access to some fabulous emojis. What else? What else do we offer? You get the channel badge. You get Discord access. Actually, I put Discord access in the description of this video. If you'd like to join up on the Discord, even if you're catching this through the algorithm and aren't actually live, check out the description, read through it, and there is indeed a Discord server link. Pega says, you actually have membership. Yes. YouTube changed their policy somewhat recently to allow for memberships and super chats and super thanks at the 500 subscriber mark. So I immediately applied for the YouTube partner, linked up my AdSense account, which luckily I already had one for another project, and got approved. And I set up a few tiers. I've got the 99-cent jelly biscuit tier. I'm just going to get you your channel badge and your emoji access and Discord access. Of course, I'm giving that out to everybody right now, though channel members will get priority. And then I've got the $4.99 steak biscuit tier, which also includes a permanent threadless store discount, as well as access to future community streams where we'll do stuff like, I don't know, hang out in hobby spaces. You can stream your hobby space to my live stream and I'll feature you. Or get involved in some Dungeon Crawl Classics, some tabletop RPG, and it'll be a blast. We don't actually have that update here in Australia yet. I'm still waiting on the 4,000 hours. Oh, how close are you? Gotta be sometime soon. Well, y'all here finding this stream, seeing the chat, even if you're in the algorithm, you hear that. head on over to Paganico's YouTube page. Give some views, give some watch hours. It's good stuff. It's real fun. Country Fried Minis approved. Looking forward to some collaborative stuff in the future. We're still in talks about it right now, but I think something will come of it. Hopefully. Not to put you on the spot here. Not to talk about it openly. But collaboration has been discussed. Here, let me grab that link address. And we're going to come over here to the chat. Head on over and give some watch hours. 1.7K at the moment. Appreciate the shout out. Yeah. Toss on some of them past streams. Have you a good time. Watch the fun times unfold with some fabulous models as well. That the paint up you're doing on that Helldrake right now is fantastic, and honestly makes me want to kind of step up the stuff I'm doing for the channel here. I can definitely paint better than what I've been doing as of late. There's a certain amount of like getting it done for content I've been doing that cuts a lot of corners. And then, of course, the commissions that I've been doing are they're competitively priced, so they're basically an arm's length standard, which you don't know what that means. I think the most important aspect of a well-painted model is less about how well it's painted and more about how well it reads. Like, sure, it can look fantastic at close inspection, but if you can tell that that guy is covered in dragon scales from 4 feet away, then you've done an exquisite job of rendering that detail. So, I mean, so much of the time you're going to be looking at those models at that kind of distance, at arm's length distance. So even at 28mm scale, they need to read clearly. You need to at least be able to tell, oh, if they're wearing brown pants and they have like green skin and their shirt is red with a metal weapon in their hands. You need to be able to see that. Plus, a buddy of mine reasoned once to me about the whole, would you rather have an army with exquisitely painted models in a perpetual state of not done, or would you rather get out your entire regiment of like acceptably painted models and have them done and on the tabletop and playing with them? There's a certain amount of give and take there for sure. Anyhow, looks like switching to the brush was the right choice. We'll get a nice base coat of this here German camouflage black brown. That's 70.822 Vallejo color. What's going on here? My tripod is falling down. Anyhow, schedule for today is probably looking at least the base coat on this big boy, at least the browns, and getting some of the sponge techniques where we'll thin it out and layer it in really patchy layers to kind of develop some texture. And the beauty of the sponge technique is it's going to avoid the crevices. And then we'll probably put a wash over top, though honestly I'll oil wash it at the end, so I don't know how important the null oil and such are going to be. But finally getting started on this, I approached the designer of this model about a project featuring it, I want to say 2 months ago. And I've kind of just let time get away from me. And now I'm seeing the writing on the wall. I'm seeing hints that the video that this is supposed to come out alongside could be coming out any day now. Which again, if you know anything about battletech on YouTube, you should know what video I'm talking about. I'm not affiliated with that video, not associated, but it needs to come out about the same time. Let's quickly give a test, audio test in my earballs. Seems all right. We still have frames rolling. I'm really hoping we don't have another problematic day. Yesterday's stream lost, I think it was 4.5–5% of all the frames of a 4-hour stream because Comcast throttled me down. Thank you, Comcast. But hopefully today will be all right. They don't do it every time, but quite often my service gets slowed down to almost unusable levels. Thinking I should put a poll up. I think I'll put a poll up in the chat. What are we looking at today? We're going to talk about what are we going to talk about? I think we'll talk about the Hunchback. What's the best Hunchback? What's your favorite variation of this chassis? In fact, let's take a second. I'm going to throw up the BRB screen for half a second and just head across the room and enter this poll into the chat, and I'll be right back. Be like, I don't know, 45 seconds. Need to get a better setup here. I need to get a better setup here for that. Unfortunately, I don't have a keyboard on this computer. They just change your speed. Sure do. It's unfortunately a pretty common practice in the US. Throttle you when you go over a certain usage amount and try to get you to pay for more expensive service package. Yeah, so Comcast is notorious for prioritizing certain customers. And I'm not a priority customer because I don't, I'm not a business. I'm not paying them $200 a month. But they offer really bad upload speed. Like, I'm paying for a tier of download speed that is far above what I utilize because I need the upload speed. So the package I pay for now is 500 megabits per second down, which I don't need. I don't need over 100, really. And that's so I can get 25 megabits per second up. And at the best of times, they only actually give me 10 megabits per second up. And quite often, they'll throttle it down to nothing. And it's wild, too, because they deny that throttling is a thing, but it is very, very clear that it's a thing. Vandal Noir's in. Says, evening, y'all. Evening, all. I just put a Y there that wasn't there. Not to mischaracterize your accent there, Vandal Noir. Evening indeed. Hope you're doing well. We're getting a little more work in today. Gonna start on this Hunchback. Again, this project needs to be done like yesterday. Honestly, needs to be done like a month ago. So we're gonna use some speed painting techniques. Or actually, I'm lying. That's not speed paint that I'm doing. I'm going to speed paint the cat girls, and I'm going to sponge this thing. I guess it is a little speed painty. We need to just get it done. I'll do the heavy lifting with some oil washing and some sponge chipping over top of the sponge brushwork. But you're just catching kind of the early stages. We're putting on the first brown base coat on the lower legs and the lower arms. We're using this Vallejo Model Color 70.822 German Camouflage Black Brown. We're going to painting this entire mech using the Vallejo Model Color Panzer Aces Camouflage set. Highly recommend. This thing's over on Amazon for like $30. You get, let's just count them. That's 16 colors and a paintbrush inside of it. It's an insane deal. Griffin has said 25 up on the paperwork. That's really bad even for feckin' Comcast. Yeah, and they usually don't even give me that. And let me point out that is 2 price categories over their default internet. It's absurd, and I would gladly take any other ISP over them, but my building has signed a contract with Comcast, and they're the only option. I don't have another choice. So I'm beholden to them. They are single-handedly the reason why the Thursday old game stream died and switched off of Thursdays. Because there's someone in my building that utilizes a lot of upload bandwidth once a month, every first Thursday. And consistently around the same time, they throttle my upload speed while this person is backing up their system or whatever they're doing to, and I shit you not, 0.03 megabits per second. It's literally unusable. And then you call tech support about it, and it's somebody in a call center who has no actual knowledge of the problems, and who don't even know the difference between upload and download speed. And then they tell you it's your hardware that's the problem. And that to fix it, you need to use the Xfinity provided router, which is, also a scam in itself too. The Comcast wants you to use their modems and router combos, and then they also want to charge you $10 a month to rent them from them. It's not even your device. It's absurd. Those speeds don't sound too different to ours. Well, that's unfortunate. Because really, the service I should be getting is the Google Fiber service. There's a Google Fiber substation that it's right. I can see it right out my window. It's like 150 yards away, and I could be having gigabit internet with 250 megabits per second up. It's absurd. But my building is my building has a contract with Comcast, so they're the only option. And because Comcast has this policy everywhere, that like, why would they upgrade their services if people are contractually obligated to it? I'm lucky that I finally have other options where I am now, but I dealt with Comcast for far too long. Yeah, it's worst company in America? At least the worst telecoms company. Bar none. I've even considered trying to see if I could do what's Mr. Twitter's service? Starlink. But I'm sure that's not great either. So, it's quietly endure it, except I'm not going to be quiet about it. Though maybe I should. I'm sure complaining about this into the stream is riveting content. Anyhow. Today seems alright. Seems like it's running. Seems like it's working. I see that the chat thinks that the Hunchback of Notre Dame so far is the best Hunchback. And I just want to take a moment to say that is objectively wrong. The HBK 4G is the only Hunchback for me. It's got an AC-20, which is capable of one-shotting any mech in the game. Best gun. Although in my experience on the tabletop, anytime I run every time I run a AC-20, it tends to miss more often than hit. I guess it's that same problem that like Warhammer would have. Sure, you got a good weapon, but it's actually weight of dice that wins. That's fun. That's fun. Hunchback of Notre Dame. I tried to do a nod to that with the name of this here stream tonight, or at least the thumbnail. The Hunchback of Canopus 4. That's the like capital planet in the Canopus system. So, lots of references. And of course, battletech is it might be the most lore heavy game that has ever existed. It's absurd. There are companies on specific planets which make specific items which were taken over by specific factions at specific times by specific players. It's like a historical game, really. It's why I chose the disco back laser vomit for the win, yeah. Accuracy by volume of fire. Yes, when the 30 guys with 1 damage is better than the 1 guy with 10 damage. Yeah, exactly. I feel that a lot as a Space Marine player. Of course, I haven't played in like 3 editions, but big fan of the old tactical squads. And all too often I'd be using the tactical squad, or at least in like old editions where you couldn't split your fire. I'd be using the tactical squad to shoot a missile at something, and then you just miss. And it's like, oh, why didn't I use my bolters to shoot at these cultists who've now killed my Space Marine squad? But I haven't played it in ages. I haven't played 40K. I'd like to. Last game I played was 3 editions ago, and we played 200 power rating. It's roughly about 4,000 points per side. Space Marines versus Orcs. And it sucked because I was playing with my brother, and he had a panic attack in the moment, and we had to stop, and he had a bad time, and I felt really, really bad. And that's the last game of 40K I've played. I might do some Warhammer stuff for the channel at some point. I haven't played since the early days of 4th, I think. Funny that you mentioned that, Griffon. I was telling a buddy of mine that I'd actually really love to play 3rd edition again, which is the one I got in on back in 2001. And I have the rule book. I have enough models to do it. I think it could potentially be a lot of fun. Okay, how are we going to handle this boy? I think that is all of our... Is all of our black-brown, maybe? Let's take a peek back at the art again. Go over to the Canopian Brigade. It is indeed just... It's the lower limbs. So what we're looking at is lower limbs are like a dark brown, and then the torso and the pelvis are like a mid-tone brown. And we've got like a almost like a blue-green-ish tone. Everything looking fine still. Yep. Audio seems alright. I think I still have my codex, even though I'd have to find a rulebook. That's sick. Who'd you play originally there, Griffon? What was your starting faction back in 3rd ed? I myself started with the Tau. Tau got released in 2001, and I picked up the codex early that year when it come out, and I remember I took it to school. It was in my backpack. It was everywhere with me, and I read it cover to cover and again and again and again, and I loved every minute of it. And then for my birthday, I got the Battle Force. My birthday that year, and played. I stretched it out into far too many points. Marines, Crimson Fish specifically, swapped over to Guard for a while. Tonks are fun, lol. Yeah, I'm also a Space Marine guy. They were the next army I switched to. And I played Salamanders. And now I play Imperial Fists. Although I'm my own custom second founding called the Ordo Imperialis. It's fun. Haven't played in a while. But it's funny that you say Tonks are fun, because Tonks is a game that is out there right now. There's this indie game called Tonks. It looks to be really fun, really simple, really rules light. And I was thinking of making some Tonks for the channel. Bill Making Stuff just put a video out. He made some Tonks. So I recommend checking it out. Actually, let's see. Might as well just put it in the chat. Let's do this. Let's do that. We're going to search for Tonks tabletop game. And that's going to be over at 28 mag. And let's see if I can't get the link. Copy. link address. Let's go over here. Well, his vid is literally where I found out about it. Yeah, that's funny. Very funny. Yeah, and I started to watch his video over lunch before I got started with this, and I got about 5 minutes into it and I had to take a phone call, so I'm going to be finishing it tonight. But I had the pleasure of experiencing a Tonks game live by my buddy, run by my buddy up at the Rose City Raid, kind of like the after hours deal. He ran some Tonks. He brought a little lunchbox with like 4 tanks that had rotatable turrets, and he had some cotton to represent that they had fired. It was kind of awesome. Okay. Let's see here. What color are we going to go for the lower tone? I'm kind of thinking that we're going to do this black brown to medium brown to maybe this pale brown for the darker tone, or maybe just even the medium brown. And then we can do beige brown highlighted with tan earth for the lighter tone. I think that's what we're going to go with. And then we've also got this extra dark green. I think will work for the the grayish color. It's like a gray green. Kind of cool that this set has all the colors I need. Really excited for it. Let's see. You're gonna play the new MechWarrior 5 expansion on Steam. Oh, I didn't know there was a new one. I've got everything up to the Rasslehog. I haven't finished the game yet. I was playing it with some buddies, and kind of hit this point where the game was getting on my nerves. So don't get me wrong. MechWarrior 5, awesome. MechWarrior 5, fantastic game. Real fun time. I love the era. But I've noticed a problem. Anytime you get a fun toy, you get some kind of new piece of lost tech, you put it on your mech, you got an ERPPC or like a level 5 laser, or the worst offender for me was I found an LBX-10 autocannon. Fun time. Having a blast with it. The enemies go out of their way to specifically target and take that new fun thing away from you and force you to play with the trash. And I hate that. I think it's very bad game design. Like they disproportionately attack that section more than anything. And it happens so often that I stopped playing. Maybe I should revisit it. In fact, I should revisit it. You know, maybe I should just like complain less in general, right? Sounds like a life goal anyways. Alright. Anyhow. If you haven't played MechWarrior 5, I definitely recommend checking it out. Yeah, the way the AI works more or less forces you to body mount anything you want to actually keep, even though arm mount is better for aiming. Yeah. It's not great. It's not immersive or realistic. I also had an issue with the way LRMs worked in that game, because I played a lot of MechWarrior Online, and I'm always either a missile boat or a missile spotter in MechWarrior Online, and they're great. They work well. They avoid terrain. Most importantly, you can lock onto a target and you can shoot, and you don't have to keep tracking the target. MechWarrior 5 had two problems I noticed. One is the LRMs do not actively avoid terrain. They will just fly right into terrain as if they had no kind of avoidance AI. So you have to play around that. And then it's a niche issue, but it's a huge issue. If you target someone and you get a missile lock and you fire the LRMs, you have to keep the target in the crosshairs until the missiles land, or they lose the lock and won't hit the target. And that is, it makes LRMs useless. So I switched to just playing direct fire, which is not my jam. I'm a missile player. Heck, I even I did my Atomo Lance that was in the painting a combined arms force in one day video. Has an Avatar OB and a Longbow 12C, and those are just they're missiles. They're missiles on missiles on missiles. I think they both have 2 LRM-20s and 2 LRM-10s. No, the Longbow is 2 LRM-20s, 2 LRM-15s, and then the Avatar is 2 LRM-15s and 2 10s. And they all have Artemis control systems. They roll so many dice. It gets so crunchy, which I love. Give me missiles. Give me weight of missiles. And I want that in my video game too. And it wasn't great. But that said, for all the complaining there, MechWarrior 5, fun time. Big recommend. Especially if you find it on sale. You can play it with your friends. They'll be playing in your save, but you can have your friends join you and pilot your mechs and have a really good time. It's a cool game. Have you tried the MRM version with mods? I have not. I haven't tried modding it yet. I wanted to play through a vanilla experience before getting into that, but you know, it sounds like it may be time for me to jump back into some MW5, which I'd love to do a game stream for, but my machine can't handle playing it and streaming at the same time, unfortunately. Also, welcome Calixis. We're getting a little work done on the Hunchback. First Canopian Brigade. I put the link to the unit color compendium earlier. We're doing like a dark brown and then a pale brown, and then like a green gray, and then green. And we'll see what we can get done today. We'll do, I'm kind of liking this like 3.5, 4 hour stream. It's long enough to get some serious work done and get some actual filming done, and long enough to see people rotate in and out and say howdy to all y'all fine folks. It's always such a joy to see y'all in here and have active participation. It truly warms my heart. So thank y'all. You know, I started Country Fried Minis as a project for myself, and now that folks come by and enjoy the work, it is now a project for y'all, and I'm going to do my best to continue to put out quality content, always honing and shaping my craft to bring y'all the finest biscuit-based content I can. Speaking of, I wonder how I could get some biscuit-based content. Mods do make it a better experience. That suggests the Yet Another Mech Lab series specifically. Ben Noir. Longbow is in next expansion. It's the War of 39 from Dragon POV. Oh, that's awesome. I wonder if it's just right there somewhere. I'm not going to get up and track it down. I just picked up the War of 3039 source book. I was a little disappointed, actually. That source book is, it's like a history textbook. But, you know, hey, that's battletech. So I also picked up the accompanying technical readout, so I could actually get the mechs from it too. There's a guy who's occasionally comes to our local group. I want to play against him, do some what is it, Fedcom versus Kurita. Fully unlock Mech Lab and all the different toys, and like that vanilla that doesn't have. Yeah, mods really improve MW5. Good to know. I'll need to look into it. I got to the mission where you get that. There's like a custom king crab variant. It's got like 4 Ultra AC5s or something. And played that, and then they kept stripping my fun toys off of the mechs, just like specifically the only thing I care about. They'd take out the new fun toy that you can never replace because it's lost tech. Carapace, yeah. It was a hard mission too at the time, but we gave it a few attempts and eventually cracked it open. But I never got back to it. I was playing with some buddies, like exclusively doing it multiplayer. We also had a little bit of headbutting involved. Communication wasn't great. Blame was shifted around by each of us to others. It just turned into not a great time. Sorry, I'm trying not to clear my throat into the microphone. But anyhow, yeah, I'll revisit it. Seems like it could be. I know it has the potential to be a lot of fun, and it is just. It's a cool game. And there's something kind of nice about getting to expand your tabletop experience into the video game realm in an interesting way. Instead of worrying about lances and rolling dice, you're actually, piloting that one chassis, and it's skill-based. Playing with friends is definitely the way. The AI is still very bad. Yeah, I actually found that so I don't know if you ever played the older games like MechWarrior 3 and 4 and Vengeance, but in that one the AI was pretty good, and if you directed them, they'd do what they were told. I found playing with AI teammates that they would often just be very bad at doing what you tell them to do. So I found that I would just make kind of general all-around mechs for them to pilot and let them do their thing. And they worked a lot better that way for me. Just slap them in like a Centurion or something. Something with a little bit of everything and a good amount of armor. And let them go. But it was very cool to play with friends. I agree. Also, only one player, only the host of the game needs the expansions, and everybody has access to them. I thought that was really awesome. So I picked up a few copies for some friends and kicked it over to them, and saved a lot of money by not having to send them the expansions as well. Anyhow. Ooh, is this poll hotly debated up here? What's going on? What's this looking like? How do I expand this thing? There we go. No love for the HBK-4G. I still contend. Hunchback Big Gun, best version. Speaking of, that's what we're painting right now. This bad boy's outfitted with a AC-20 in the right torso, a small laser in the, I think it's head mounted, if I remember correctly, which this model actually doesn't really reflect that accurately. It's got medium laser in each limb, and it gets work done. Charges in like a bold and brazen brawler. Puts a hole in your shiny mech. Single shot. But in actuality, what it does is it stomps in and gets within 3 hexes, and then you miss with the AC-20 but hit with everything else. Every time. And then when you're done missing, someone pierces your armor and hits your AC ammo, and you explode into dead. But I still love it. Big fan of the Hunchback. It's a fan favorite. It's a classic. I wonder if there's any data out there on how popular it actually is compared to the Urban Mech, which is just, oh, it's so dumb. And you exploded to death. Yes. Yes, indeed. See, the Hunchback is what the Urban Mech wishes it was. And I mean, I get why the Urban Mech is beloved, and it's because it's a joke. And it is everywhere. It's ubiquitous. It's cheap. Planetary militias can afford them, but you know, you're not crossing a field with no cover to shoot the opponent with your AC in the Urban Mech. 4G, you might make it across that field, and you might close the ranks, and then you might grab that opponent with both fists and shove that AC-20 right into their center torso and core them in a single shot. Not literally grab onto them, but you know what I mean. You'd be free to shoot the AC-20 and throw 2 punches. Just fish for head hits. The good old 4G is great, even if it underperforms most of the time, simply because the AC-20 commands respect. Is it actually a threat? Maybe, but you can't ignore it. That is a excellent take. And actually, that's a reason I really like the Hetzer wheeled gun tank as well. It's really cheap. It's respectably fast. It's got an AC-20 on it. It's one of those, like, indeed, you can't ignore it. And even if my less than 1K BV vehicle doesn't shoot anything, it just blows up and dies. If you spent any time focusing on that vehicle and shooting at that instead of my Hunchback, then it's done its job. Man, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of regret not printing out a 1/48 scale Hetzer to go along with this. Put it on the base. Although that'd be too much. Maybe if I had a little more time. This is already loaded into a diorama instead of just, you know, a model. I guess it's not really a diorama. It's what's it called when you do like a little tank scene on a small base with some models? It's a vignette. I think that's what it's called. Check out Night Shift. He makes some of those. Good stuff. Anyhow, what are we looking like? The time of clock looking like about an hour in, a little over an hour. I've got 0% drop frames today. Latency ain't too bad. Sounds like music levels are all right. When you get this mech done, get it out. Have this video soon. Again, for those of y'all who are followers of the channel and have been up to date with what's going on, I want to drop yet another apology about the Armored Core video. I feel really guilty. I got very excited. I thought the game was coming out July 25th, and I was wrong. It's actually August 25th. So I did that fervent mad dash to get it done, and pushed myself and did a long live stream and got that video done. So I would have already had a video out for y'all, but strictly speaking, I'm doing the Armored Core video to get clicks from people who do not know of Country Fried Minis, so it needs to be released in time with Armored Core 6. So that video is coming. It will be out next month. It is done. It is fun. Got some humor injected into it. Got some hot takes. Got some really nice speed painting techniques. It'll come, but you know, it's ironic that mad dash of me proving to myself I could edit a video in 12 hours. I'm not gonna say it was wasted time, because it's not, but it's, you know, it's I'm not actually any closer to getting back on schedule for feeding the hungry algorithm. Likely this will be the next video that comes out, and I'm not even sure when that'll be. It'll be when the big Hunchback video by a certain YouTube channel comes out. But from there, we got Titania. I'll probably get on a painting stream with her once we finish this. I've got my Octavia Grimm's daughter paint up. And then we've got a video coming out in September. So a couple videos scheduled for September. And I should take a moment to mention that if community members, whether you're here live or you're finding this through the algorithm once again, you want to get your model featured on a upcoming Country Fried Minis piece of content, let's go over. I'll get this link for you. Check out this this painting contest from. Oh, I lost the link. There we go. Let's grab this link, cut, and I'm going to post this into the chat right now. If you want to check it out and get involved with Country Fried Minis and get your stuff featured, I would love to have you on here. So, this is a painting contest to paint up a peripheral model for Infinity the Game for an upcoming painting contest by the Bromad Academy for Q3 2023. It'll end around, you know, the end of September, early October. There is going to be a overall winner chosen, and there will be also a random selection to get a free blister from Shiv Games shipped out to you. But beyond that, I am putting together a community feature video where I'll paint up. I'll do the good old Country Fried content that y'all have come to love, and paint up my own peripheral content to it with a little bit of that Country Fried goodness. But then I also want to show people's community involvement. I want to see your stuff on the channel. So whether you send a picture of your completed model or a clip my way, just hit me up either in the Discord or via the email in the About section, and send me your painted model by the end of September when this video comes out. I'll put you in there. If you want to do a clip, I'd love to have you on there. If you'd like to do just pictures, I can do that as well. So please, by all means, get involved. Let's do a community post and show everybody the love of Infinity, which the models are just, they're so exquisite. If you're not familiar with Infinity, the best way to get your hands on a peripheral model is going to be one of the support packs. Just search for Infinity the Game support pack and pick you a faction that you like the aesthetic. Give your friendly local gaming store a little bit of funds. It's not too bad. I think you'll pay like $30 for a box. Paint them up. Have a good time doing it. Send me your pictures. I'd love to feature you in that video. It goes to everybody, whether you're finding it live or finding it via the algorithm. Check it out. And I also hear a bunch of Discord notifications. Let me check that real quick. What's going on over here? Oh. Cool. Cool. Neat stuff. Anyhow, it's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be super fun. Hype indeed. Pega, it is going to be a blast. Really excited for it. I think as the channel grows, I really want to do more community stuff. And show the love. Because, you know, I'm painting models for miniature games. I'm painting models that involve communities, that involve a place to play. And my models are only half the story. The other half of the story is the people that I'm showing down against. And there's just something so awesome when we come together and put our best into our models. Show up that day and you're so excited to show off your models to your buddy, and then they like pick up your model and they're so excited, and then you roll dice and like immediately kill the fanciest ones first, as is tradition. Yeah, I think community involvement's the way. So we'll show some of that on the channel going forward, and it's definitely something to think about with channel membership. By providing this channel monetary support, you'll automatically be included in you know, greater consideration for those kind of things, like priority consideration, I should say. I don't want to sound exclusionary to folks, but channel members will always have first dibs on that kind of stuff, including just like being part of a live stream. You know, maybe we'll do these hobby hangouts in the future with a live Discord chat and a Discord feed where I can show your on-screen cameras. Risking my channel for y'all's nonsense. But nonsense is what we're here for. Okay, we're getting there. We've almost got this torso base coated with a primary color. I should have just done this with the airbrush, but yeah, it's fine. I think we could kind of, it'd be a good video to show that you don't need an airbrush to do this stuff. Maybe I'll resolve to not use an airbrush the rest of the way. I did use it to prime them. But, you know, you could prime with you could use a rattle can, or you could do a brush on primer and do like the slap chop instead of the zenithal. Okay. Man, this is a nice brown. Almost that tau color What's the name of it now? XV88. All right. So we've got the upper torso completely coated with, what is this color called? Beige brown. So now we need to do the pelvis. I think I need a new one of these. Here we go. Let's do one more dollop of the old beige brown. I think I'll get this one on film too. Oops. Again, I don't mean to bump the camera. I was doing that bad yesterday. But hey, you know. What you gonna do? So another topic of discussion. Any of y'all catch the news about aliens here in the U.S.? Evidently, there was a congressional hearing yesterday, which I have been kind of sheltered from and haven't been exposed to. My sister gave me a call about an hour before the stream started, and we were kind of looking at it a bit. I pulled up a Time article. Evidently, there's a guy who has made a claim in front of a congressional inquiry. Commission? I don't know what the best term is. There's a guy testified in front of a congressional group under oath that the U.S. is in possession of objects not of this world, which may have involved non-human entities, you know. So whether or not there's any veracity to this, whether or not this is true, because the guy's testimony is based on interviews he conducted over a 4-year period. So secondhand, he's getting this from witnesses. Whether or not this is true, the man has made these statements in front of a congressional inquiry. So allegedly, the U.S. is in possession of extraterrestrial vehicles and potentially extraterrestrials. I'm sure we'll see more about it. I haven't delved too much into it, honestly. Just wondering if y'all have seen anything about this on your day today. What are the implications if extraterrestrials are confirmed to exist and have been covered up by the U.S. for the last 80 years? Pretty big, right? Like, earth-shattering. Anyhow, it's just some stuff I heard today. And it looked like there were a bunch of threads about it up on the old Reddit, but I have not delved into it. I've been busy preparing mentally to sit here and paint. Let me know down below if you heard anything about it. I'm making some progress here. We're about to be in a place to start the sponging. I think I might just do maybe 2 layers of sponging. We'll do like we'll take our base tone and then the highlight tone and do a 50-50 mix. And then the highlight mix. And that'll be good. And all these like rough spots, I don't know if that's showing up on the chat. I mean on the stream. All these rough bits will get some extra heavy weathering when all said and done. And even though this has some really heinous layer lines, it'll look fine. Just needs to be good enough to be admired again from like 4 feet away. Did I hit a wet spot of that other color? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Boy, am I glad I had this big brush in that packet there. Let me give another nod to the Princeton Art and Brush Company. You pick you up a real value set. That's what it says on the package. Princeton Art and Brush Co. Real value. I think I paid $6.95 for it. I don't know if it's showing up in the chat at all, but it's a 20-0 liner, a 3-0 round, a 3 round, a 0 wedge, and a 12-0 fan brush. All golden Taclon synthetics. Really good stuff. You'll definitely get $7 painting out of them. Pick some up for your collection today. Don't spend a ton of money on your base coating brushes. Not going to share a chat link in the chat. You have to look it up. Princeton Art and Brush Co. I get mine either on Amazon or oftentimes buy them at Dick Blick's down on Market Street here in San Francisco. That's where I also pick up my oil paints and the Liquitex white ink. Let's give this a... Let's give you a browning. There we go. Just on the inside of that lip. Okay. That's progress. So what's next on the agenda of this here Hunchback? I think it's going to be like gray color. And there's this extra dark green, I think, which might fulfill the role I'm looking to do there. But let's see. This is extra dark green, and then there's camo dark green. See how they compare. One is definitely deeper. Let's see, this is the extra dark green right here. It's definitely more in the gray territory. And then this is the camo dark green, which is more in the green territory. How will that look over that? I think it's a lighter tone. So yeah, we'll do the extra dark green. Oh, I just dipped my brush in the clean water. Fine, I ate most of the paint off it anyways. Okay. Oh no, I got paint on my Camp Frog shirt. Alright. Let's do a new color. Running out of space on my wet palette here. Put this boy back down. And hit record. And we're going to do Vallejo Model Color 70.896 German Camo Extra Dark Green. It's like it's gray green. Griffon. Somehow I think Mech Frog would be fine with paint on one of his shirts, lol. Let me see if I can actually get this in the view here. I picked up one of Mech Frog's logo shirts. Love it. Good shirt. Quality logo. If you don't know about Mechanical Frog and you love battletech, you should head on over there and check out his content. Maybe show him a little love and kick him some money on Ko-Fi, or pick up one of these fabulous shirts. I actually found out about Mech Frog because I can't remember exactly how. I think the algorithm just put me over there one day, and I watched a video and loved the content and sent him a cold message about collaborative work. And he was like, you know, that's not really what I do here on the channel, but I'll tell you what I do. Come on over to my community. And I did, and dude's awesome. Good channel. Hello, Spencer Good. Welcome. Sup to you as well. How's it been going? Have you been doing any streams lately yourself? Been thinking about that stream of yours I caught with the Stalker playthrough. That was fun. What game was that, by the way? Because I bought the Stalker games on Steam, and I've been meaning to play through them. Thought they might be fun to do a playthrough. Sure, haven't splitting with a bunch of my equipment too, actually. Stalker was an absolute blast. That was such a good stream, dude. I was glued. Might have to get you for some Stalker tabletop game if they put it on Tabletop Simulator. If you'd be down for that. Stalker Anomaly, it's a full rework that combines all the games in one and a bunch of open world elements. Okay. I'll have to check it out. Would you recommend playing through the original Stalker games? Like in order, just check them out and hell yeah, okay. Yeah, it should be a blast. I picked them all up on somewhere. I got like a package deal for all of them. Or what I think is all of them. You can, but playing Stalker and Stalker Anomaly are super different. Okay. Yeah, I recall you were saying it was a little bit more Tarkov-esque, which I've never played that either. Lately, I've actually been playing Warframe, which is just like its own beast. But honestly, I don't have much time for video games, unfortunately. Too much time spent painting and editing and sleeping and cooking Beyond Burgers. Real Stalker games are a lot more narrative driven and linear. I spent a lot of time with Warframe in the past. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, so Tech Noir led me to Warframe, and I don't think it's necessarily held his attention, but it's kind of been scratching an itch for me that I haven't itched since playing EverQuest back in the day, which is weird. I downloaded Warframe thinking it was a shooter, and turns out it's just it's EverQuest. But it's been fun. I give it like, I don't know, 20 minutes every night or so before bed. Do a daily, go to bed. Me too, man. I've been absolutely swamped lately. Today's the first time I've had a minute to catch my breath in like weeks. Well, I'm honored that you take a moment to check out the stream while you're catching your breath. We're doing a paint up here of the Hunchback for a big Hunchback project coming out very soon. I don't have an actual release date yet. It'll come out when it comes out. But due to the nature of this release, this video's got to be done and put in the pocket for immediate release at a moment's notice, due to some circumstance surrounding it. This is a 1/48 scale Hunchback. She took 3 days printing on my Anycubic Cobra Go. And we're giving her a first Canopian Brigade paint job. And then she's got all these little cat girls that'll be all around the base. So it should be fun. It didn't have open world when I played last. So that's a new addition to Warframe. It was really shocking actually when I got to that level the first time and experienced the open world stuff, and something nice about the high speed resource gathering. It was nice. It was a good time. Yeah. If any of y'all are in the Discord and want to play Warframe, hit me up. I'll send you a Steam invite. If you want to play MechWarrior 5, hit me up. Send me a Steam invite. If you want to play Apex Legends, hit me up in the Discord. Don't be shy. Shoot me a message. I am quite cordial and always ready to chat. Although sometimes I might be sleeping. Within the last few years they added open world. Yeah, it's like a totally different game. But it's fun. I got my my Warframe, my 10.0 is in my candy core colors. I'm enjoying it. Anyhow, recap here. We're putting the third color on this Hunchback. We're using a little bit of Vallejo model color German camo extra dark green. It's like a, like a green gray. And you know, the colors right now, they look a little clashy. And that's okay. Because when we get to the washing stage, it's going to tie everything together really nicely. Kind of mute everything down some. Should be fun. The artwork for the first Canopian Brigade is this, like a dark brown, as you can see on the lower halves of the limbs, and then the torso and pelvis get this like beigey brown color, and then it's like a gray-ish color on the upper half of the limbs. But because I'm wanting to paint this model using this paint set that I have, I've elected to use this like gray-green, and you know, it's good enough. Once it gets that oil wash later, it'll come down and look a little more, even more desaturated. But it'll be fun, and it'll look great when they're done. And I apologize if this is too much out of the frame up there. I'm juggling recording this with my phone for the video, as well as putting it on the stream. Let's get that out of the way for a minute. Just focus on this. I hope the camera angle's all right for y'all. It's been rough to get it dialed in right, and then of course this light is so bright white that it really washes out the camera. If that's any better. Just honestly, I'm just pleased it's working. I've been running into a lot of trouble with OBS trying to get a dual camera setup to work. And as I said yesterday during the Catgirl stream, evidently you can't run, most of the time, you can't run 2 webcams through a single USB hub without running into issues. So I solved it by one of these. This one, the face cam is plugged into the back of this machine, and then my model cam is in the front. And because they're on separate USB hubs, no more issues. But furthermore, your webcams have to use different drivers to function, to use them both at the same time. I started out with a pair of this one, the Wansview, the like Chinese off-brand one, and that just uses like the default Windows driver, and you can't use 2 of them at the same time. So what I did was I picked up this one, and by the way, this camera right here that I'm getting the model from costs $17 off of Amazon. So honestly, pretty good bang for your buck at that price, really. And the other one is a Logitech C525, which I paid, I want to say it was $24.95 or something like that, $26.99. I can't remember exactly. Less than 30 bucks. But that one's 720p, so I use it for the smaller, the face shot. And really, honestly, if you're thinking about making some YouTube content, you want to paint some models, and you want to get your stuff out there, I kind of recommend doing a stream like this. They're a lot of fun. And instead of having to buy expensive equipment, you could make it work with 2 cameras at less than 50 bucks, a decent computer that'll run OBS. I think I paid 20 bucks for this light here. Let me put it on frame for a second. It's just clipped to my desk. And then I've got the 2 soft boxes for 20 bucks each. Spencer says one a C920 or C923. I actually would love that. I guess shoot me a message in Discord. I'll maybe negotiate a exchange for you. I could do an art project or something. Send it your way. I think I owe you a painting anyways. Okay. So we got this arm readied. Let's do another one. Dark green? No, I want extra dark green. I think at some point I may have put out the wrong green here. Kind of messed things up a bit. But it's fine. We'll hit it with a Nuln Oil, I think. Yeah, I can see very clearly. One of those times I put down the camo dark green and not the extra dark. Wait, what? Hold on. There's a lot going on. What's going on here? I see a wild Call Me Grishka in the chat. The Sawtooth Techno's really good, but it's kind of loud. Can't hear your cool words easy. Wait, what? Something going on here? Oh, I see. Let's try coming down a little bit on the... I'll drop a couple, drop a couple decibels on the techno. I guess some of the tracks are louder than the other ones. Yeah, I'll send you one. Gift to the stream. Thank you, Spencer. Call me Grishka. Wait, is this a movie soundtrack? So the music is... I think it's Lupus Nocti. So I guess some of the tracks are a little louder than others. That's a lovely green. What green is that? The green I'm using is... We're using Vallejo Model Color German Camo Extra Dark Green. So I picked up the... Vallejo... Let's see if I can get this on camera. Panzer Aces Camouflage Set. I paid like $30 for it, and it came with 16 colors and a brush in it. About to start selling off a lot of my stuff I don't use, but I have two C90s and that face cam happening. Let a C920 go to. Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. Any upgrades would be cool, and I've kind of committed my second camera here to this workstation computer. So this is my old PC here in the corner that I usually just use for audio recording and or to watch streams while I'm painting, but I've now converted it to like a real janky OBS rig. I'm going to post here, let's see, if I go to my orders, I should be able to get the paint set I picked up. Yeah, here we go. And then if I just remove that cut, sorry, this is a little difficult to navigate. I don't actually have a keyboard attached to this computer. I'm just doing everything with an on-screen keyboard and my mouse, so it's a little clunky. But I'm gonna post in the chat there we go, the paint set I picked up, which I recommend it. Really good. Like an insane deal. This link right here in the chat is here, I'll type it. This is the Vallejo Panzer Aces. Paint set. Good Lord, that takes so much effort to type. It's $30 and you get 16 colors and a paintbrush in it. It's just like unbelievably good deal. So I picked it up. I saw it. I was looking for a re-up of some specific color. I think it was Flat Earth. Not to be confused with that fictional thing that some people actually ironically believe in. But yeah, 16 paints for $30, all in dropper bottles. Plus they sent this one size synthetic detail brush that looks awesome. It's got a really sharp tip and a fat bottom. It'll hold hella paint. So pick it up. I mean, the set is basically, you're getting greens and greens and greens and greens and greens and browns, and that's it. But if you want to paint some scale models or a Canopian, first Canopian Brigade Hunchback, you could very easily pick up this set for $30 and print you out gigantic 1/48 scale Hunchback. Follow along with this video and do your own bit for pretty inexpensive. Just how I like my guys. Green and green and green and green and brown and brown. You know, these colors would also be perfect for the, what are they, the 12th Vegan Rangers? They have like a green brown splotchy paint pattern. I have a set of those. I run a it's an Enforcer, a Hunchback, a Cyclops, and an Atlas AS7A. I use the one that takes it's got 5 SRM6s as its like main gun. It's kind of absurd. It's got an AC5. It might still have an LRM. I'm not sure. It's got some medium lasers, and it's got 5 SRM6s. It's just like, oh, it gets in close and it just eats things. Sure, it doesn't have like the single hit location potential of the AC-20, but that's what the Hunchback's for. Come Grushka, I'm working on a Hyades light infantry company right now. Periphery Pride. Yeah, I really wasn't one much for periphery stuff, to be honest, but I was kind of thinking about what would generate clicks, to be honest, in this Hunchback project. And I was like, ah, yes, cat girls. And where do cat girls come from? Canopus. So I started looking into Canopian colors. And there's some yellow units, but I really loved the first Canopian Brigade. And they made a nice made for a nice set of colors for these infantry models. There's some kind of solvent in my paint water. I'm not sure what it is. Might have got a little acetone or something in there at some point. Okay, where are we? I think at this point I need to stand up and stretch my butt for about 2 minutes and swig a cup of water. I'll be back in 90 to 120 seconds. Griffon, speaking of periphery, I've just started a unit of Colonial Marshals from Frunk Reaches. I'm going to have to look those up. Again, if you're not in the Discord, check out the description of this video. There's a Discord link in it. Come on in, show your models, show your pride for the channel. You'll have access to some biscuit-based emojis. Love to see you in there. Love to see your models. Anyhow, I'm going to stretch my butt muscles and get up out of the steel chair for about a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes. Drink a cup of water, and I'm going to be right back at it. We're going to let this kind of dry down a bit, and we can start the sponge work. Anyhow, I'll be right back, y'all. Alrighty, y'all, I'm back. You ever been so thirsty that you just like pick up a liter of water and drink the whole thing? Don't stop, don't come up for air. I just had that moment. It's good. Anyhow, I think I've got an elegant solution here for my Discord and typing troubles. And I just moved my laptop over here. And I think that's going to work. That way I can actually type if I need to. Let's head over here. Let's mute this. And then I even have like a full 1080p. Just right up at the front regions. Yeah, if you'd like, toss some stuff in the battletech, the hashtag battletech text channel over on the Discord. I'd love to read about it, look into it. Might be fun to paint up some stuff for them. We might be entering an era of some love for the periphery powers. On the channel. Okay, anyhow, I'm at a loss as to where to go next on this painting process. I think I was gonna do like this section right here on the body and turn it into some more of that green gray, but I think that's gonna be a little too much. Let's take a peek at the art again. Yeah, I think they're intended just to be like this beige color all the way down. So I think we're gonna put some more of that beige brown right here. Griffon. Oddly, my favorite battle armor is a Front Reaches homegrown design, the 10 star. Never heard of it. Sound like every annoying Texan leather necker I had to deal with when I was a labor organizer. Leather necker. That is a new term on me. Never heard that one before. It's fun. I get it, because they're out in the hot sun and working hard until their skin turns into a leather encrust. Kind of like what homeless people look like in Florida, over on Daytona Beach when I'm down there. Which I get. I have a mildly olive tint to my skin and tend to get very dark in the sun. So I bet if I was an outdoor laborer, I would be very much that type, that archetypical baked to a leather encrust. Leatherneck are the folks who work on oil derricks. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It actually is literally having to do with their PPE. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, I have learned something today. And I made a broad assumption that was wrong. I don't think I was too much of an ass about it, though. Leathernecking is what you do part of the year out in the oil fields when you're young. If you're young and want to make a lot of money quick, yeah. That is what I've heard about the oil rig works. That it's hard work, it's super dangerous, and you make a lot of money really fast. I can't imagine. Because I'm an artist. I sit on my butt And I use the computer, and I draw pictures, and I paint models. My hands are soft, and so is my belly. That's okay. The folks who came before me worked hard, so I didn't have to. That said, it is actually a lot of hard work a lot of stressful, tedious work, I should say, to produce content for YouTube. But that said, I would love to be doing this as a job, so I'm already treating it like a job. Takes a certain sort of person, most of the boys. Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine as much. Just like probably a few archetypes of people that you'd experience in that field. Funny that's, you know, everybody's their own person, but we all tend to fit within some kind of archetypical category within the scope of human culture. Yeah, just fascinating stuff. It's like, what kind of work would those folks be doing if it was 1,000 years prior? I'd probably be doing the same thing. Probably be painting. Maybe not miniatures, but making art. Frunk region, aka Boys Town. Must suppose, with the fact that the Frunk region has such a huge program to incentivize mercenaries to settle down there and all their freedom rhetoric, imagine they have similar gender disparity as oil towns do on Boys Town. I imagine, yeah, especially on those smaller colony worlds that all either agriculture or mining. I'm just trying to picture, like, it would take a lot. I think it would take quite a lot to get a hardened mercenary out of his mech and to settle down. Like, even that would take a certain type of person to want to give up that life and not die in their cockpit. Which is funny. That's the Inner Sphere Merc and the clan are not too dissimilar in that respect. Okay. Alright, so we put a little more beige back on this. I think we can wait on putting the metallics on, because I'm about to do sponge work. I think we're finally to that stage. So let these keep drying. And yeah, I think that's where we're at. I think we're going to sponge work it up. I think it depends, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I kind of picture folks who would get behind the cockpit of a mech and fight have to be a certain type of crazy anyways. The hire mercenaries a long-term contract to be okay. Yeah, I could see where a long-term garrison could lead you to want to stay there. Calixis comes in. Question for everyone: is your favorite Star League mech? Favorite Star League mech? That's a tough one. I'm going to have to say Mercury. I like the Mercury. Fast and fast. And fast. Rifleman Star League era. I love it. Good stuff. Looks like we have unification here. Okay. No. All right, let's get to a sponging on this model, I think. Mercury's a good option. Yeah, it's like The non-Star League Mercury is a piece of garbage. But the Star League era Mercury, oh boy, I'm gonna get behind you. And I'm gonna shoot you with a couple lasers, and then I'm gonna trip you, and you're gonna fall down, and you're gonna fail your piloting test, and you're gonna die for it. I'm partial to the Striker. For the weird powerlifter physiques, what does the Striker look like, Sarna? It doesn't ring a bell to me. Yeah, okay. That's fun. Oh, it's a piece of Dwayne Luce art too. Yummy. What are we looking at on the Striker? PPC large laser AC5 and 3 medium lasers on an 80-ton chassis. Runs hot. Runs very hot. Yeah, runs extremely hot. That's interesting. Although the STC 2D upgrade, the Capellan upgrade, is pretty awesome. The PPC's upgraded to ER PPC. The 3 medium lasers have been replaced with a pair of medium pulse lasers, and it's had 3 heat sinks removed but replaced with double heat sinks. And then an additional 2 tons of mechs. Yeah, I think that STC 2D is incredible. That is a cool chassis there. What are we looking at here? Fast, hard-hitting for its weight. Rifleman is everything I love about thinking about mech design. I'm partial to Striker for its weird powerful streak. It's cheap in design. Something's behind. Okay. No. I'm juggling too much stuff. It's triggering like a weird ADHD thing in my brain. Although I do have the laptop here, so I can share links if need be. Anyhow, excellent question, Calixus. Definitely something all good mech warriors should think back to is the roots of from whence it comes. Okay, so we are going to be looking at making a mid-tone for sponging on these here. We're taking the German camo black brown and the German camo medium brown. Actually, I think I'm going to show them both in the shot at the same time. We'll go like this. I'm going to do a 50-50 mix of this. See if I can't do these together. No. I tried. Anyhow, let's double down on the amount. Alright. Rifleman's great. Something's cheap and okay. Also love the blackjack. Solid variants for basically everything. The sexiest thing a mech can be to me is average. Oh, you're so average, babe. I love it. I mean, you're not wrong. There's a certain appeal to mechs that kind of do a little bit of everything decently, as opposed to being hyper niche. Like, what happens when you're gonna close range fight with your catapult? You're gonna save yourself with those 4 small lasers on the front? Nah, probably not. Favorite thing to do with blackjack, just swap the AC2s for LACs 5. Leave it alone. Other than that, solid little workhorse. I think our group has just gotten into the era to start playing with light autocannons, if I'm not mistaken. We and that is at Games Berkeley. If y'all find yourself in the San Francisco Bay Area, you happen to be around on a last Sunday of the month, or not last Sunday, third Sunday of the month, excuse me. Every third Sunday, Games of Berkeley, $5 entry. come on down, come roll some dice with us. Between the community, there's enough chassis painted up for people to come try out the game. Don't even need to bring models, just come on down. Love to see you there, love to roll some dice. We've got a fun little community of some really enthusiastic folks who love battletech and are the best nerds you'll ever meet. It's for a medium laser on a decently armored little mech with very little risk of exploding and jump jets. Yeah. I was playing a few games with a friend today who was being very dismissive of my blackjack. That is, was it a fatal mistake? Okay, we're back to sponge work. Now we're gonna, I don't know if I got this thin enough. I don't think I did. It needs to be a lot thinner. Just like absurdly thin. Forgot how thin it needs to be. Might have to switch to a traditional palette now that I'm thinking about it. Blackjack wound up picking off his Marauder 2 and his Archer. Plink plink bloom. Yeah, that's wild. Hey, and fun stuff like that happens. We did a battle for Tukid scenario, and I had a crab step into depth 1 water and failed the piloting roll, fell down, rolled for damage location, center torso, rolled the breach test, failed, breached, died because I took a step. It was kind of insane, but hey, that's battletech, baby. Okay, so here we are now with the sponge work. And I've never done this before, but I watched the midwinter video and doing my best to emulate what I synced there. We're applying slightly lighter tone with a sponge. I think I'm still not light enough on it, but what it's going to do is create some contrast and like a bit of a gradient, and allow for like a patchiness to the color, leaving some of the dark in the shadows, and give it an uneven mottled appearance, just a little more realistic, I guess, in paint application. There's a variant with dual rotary AC5s and something like 8 tons of ammo. It's very, very scary. Yeah, I remember seeing that, the sculpt by Ironwind Metals. That's it's like the Project Phoenix version. And even though it's that like really goofy remake of it, I really thought about picking that up. The best Battletech adage I've ever heard is, Battletech is a game of losing. You miss more hits than you make. Mechs fall down, pilots blow up. If you're ever winning in Battletech, it's okay. You get back to losing soon enough. I like that a lot. That's good. So I have historically really bad luck in dice games. So I have kind of hit a point in my wargaming career that I've been cursing RNG. Just like I kind of hate RNG games. And Battletech hits this sweet spot with that where it's so RNG that like the bad RNG is fine. Who cares? Just keep rolling the dice. It's one of the few games where I can actually like genuinely get behind and enjoy my opponent winning, and not feeling like I'm having a bad time because I'm losing every single match I play, as so often happens with other games. You'd think 20 years of wargaming would make you good at wargaming, and I assure you it does not. Not by default, at least. Okay, so we got a little sponge in there on film, so now I can switch to a little more, you know, focus sponging. And I think I can go a little heavier than I was with that first one, because this is like a 60-40 mix of the German camouflage black brown and German camo medium brown. And it's not actually like, not really much of a difference, really. But we're sponging it on, getting that mottled appearance, which will be even further enhanced later when we do the ink wash, the oil wash, I mean, which we probably won't get to on the stream today. Just the sponge work. And if I can be honest, it's a wonderful game because I think it echoes one aspect of war that I like of. You can find tactical advantages. You can play smart. You can be brave. And why and battletech rewards you, but it also just rewards getting to the battlefield. The day can be won by luck. The trick is to find ways to convert luck into long-term success and mitigate bad luck instead of letting it spiral into long-term failure. Yeah, that's words of wisdom right there. Call me Grishka. It is just an utterly fantastic game, and there's luck involved. There's strategy involved, but there's mostly luck involved, and it's just a fun time. And it you know, if you're someone who has found Country Fried Minis via some video that I've put out that's not battletech, and you're watching this stream back right now and hearing this conversation, I want you to know that I'd love to see you playing some battletech. Check it out. Pick up a set, download Mega Mech, get you Mech Warrior 5, check out the universe, paint some fantastic models. Highly recommend. It is good stuff. Famously, Napoleon, when he was looking to appoint new officers, he would ask them if they were lucky. Napoleon held to the fact that luck was a single deciding factor in tactical success. I think luck's really important. I contend, I don't know if any of y'all have ever played the old Fallout games, Fallout 1 or 2, but there's a perk in that game called Jinxed. And basically, more or less, it's critical failures happen around you, mostly to you, but around you. And that's me IRL. I'm so unlucky that sometimes that luck rubs off on my opponent in a spectacular fashion, leading to insane good luck for me. Battletech's so fun. It's so dumb. It's so baroque. But it's so fun. I agree. And I know folks out there play Alpha Strike, and I'm sure it has its value somewhere. But you know, BattleTech, classic BattleTech, it's just something special. A mad vision of the future dreamt up by people in the early 80s on through the early 90s. Designed by people still thinking in terms of Gygax-esque combat. It's too good. And of course, you know, cat girls are canon. I saw some threads of people arguing that Uh, I saw some threads where people were arguing that Catgirls weren't canon, and then you know that there's that illustration in the periphery book with a Catgirl, and so it's it's a thing. Maybe not as infantry, but who's to say they're not? I mean, how many worlds are we dealing with in the inner sphere? I play a lot of Alpha Strike. I play both a lot. Stereotypical by behavior law. I love Alpha Strike either for a quick pickup game after work or for introducing new players. I guess I should say I'm not dismissive of Alpha Strike. Like, I don't resent its existence. I see the value of it. But just me personally, if I'm gonna play Warhammer, I guess it's not a good example. If I'm gonna play like a more traditional miniature game, I'm just gonna play a more traditional miniature game. For me, at least, the tabletop experience boils down to the clunkiness, and it does suck for playing like. It's really hard to play a massive game of classic BattleTech. It takes ages. You almost need, like, if you're playing like 12K or bigger, you almost need a save point and like 2 days to play it, because you're just tracking so much crap. But I'm down for that too. So yeah, I see the appeal of Alpha Strike and letting you play with more than 4 models. CBT is fantastic, but it's so crunchy it can scare people away. Alpha Strike is great for getting them hooked on the giant stompy robots. Excellent point. Yeah, people have really much shorter attention spans these days for games. I see it a lot with the trends of even Warhammer. Like, folks don't want to play that 8-hour-long game anymore. Hell, they don't even want to play the 4-hour-long game, really. Also, Canopian nobility are required to do military service, and Canopian nobility are most likely to have access to the magistracy's excellent biotech. Interesting point. From a purely logical point of view, a Canopian citizen's first exposure to Catgirl would be in the military, and that Catgirl would almost certainly outrank them. Holy shit, military Catgirls are canon. I knew each of those things individually, but hadn't put them together until now. Holy shit, that is amazing. I love this hot take. Thank you very much. Call me Grishka. This has added validity to this insane project that I've done just purely to get clicks. I mean, because I love Canopian Catgirls. Yeah, that's why. I found for large-scale CBT, doing initiative by formation makes it go a lot quicker. Yeah, that makes... I like that idea. I'd love to play some bigger scale stuff. I want to get into some campaign and historical stuff. I think it'd be a lot of fun, or has the potential to be a lot of fun at least. But it's hard to make it happen. Hard to find the time. And it definitely wouldn't fit within the game day. Some type of validity, some type of clicks, some type of Catgirls. Yeah. They're not even Battletech Catgirls. They're Warhammer Catgirls. But it works. I scaled them up to the same 148. So they're 50% larger. 28mm models are roughly 1/64th scale. So just a cheeky 50% upscale makes them work. And then to take a battle mech to 1/64th scale, you want to 6 times it, and it goes from 1/285th to 148, roughly. More Siege Incorporated. Ooh. That buddy's posted some stuff. Hey, just another plug for the Discord. If you're not in there already, it's in the description of this video. There's also a few links of it in the chat. We got folks blowing up the battletech pages with some of their forces. You love to see it. I love to see it. I love the community involvement. I want to see your stuff. Come on down and chat with us. Show off your paintings so we can heap praise upon your fantastic battle mechs. Oh dang, those are Inquisitor scale almost. Yeah, they're actually kind of small to begin with, but yeah, they're pretty big. They're gonna look great though. We're doing a real quick paint job on the cat girls, because it's all, they're basically base embellishments, really. It's a diorama. We got the Hunchback coming forward. He's got the called shot arm here. I don't know if that's showing up. How bad's the latency here? Yeah, there we go. He's doing like a pointing thing, and then I've got this gun effect. I don't know where I put it. I think it's across the room. Anyhow, I got like a muzzle flash and smoke and a shell effect coming out the front of the Hunchback. And then 9 cat girls with a pilot and a small autocannon. I wonder if that's big enough to call an AC2. But they're going to be scurrying about its feet. It's going to look great. It's a little vignette, little micro diorama. And I picked up a 12-inch basswood hexagon. So it's even going to be proper on a hexagon. And at the end of the video, I think we'll do we might do a giveaway. If I can figure out some shipping logistics, I think we'll do a what do you call it? Contest, a comment contest, and figure out who has the most love for cat girls and mail it to them with some country fried stuff in the package. I may give away a few of the a few 3D prints of this here Hunchback as a promotional deal. Tell y'all all about the sculptor, so if you like their stuff, you can join their Patreon. This artist does fabulous work that's kind of somewhere in between the classic art and the modern art and the MechWarrior Online. It's like legally distinct models, but they're great. Graybeard style meeting. Some 148 army men from the 50s. Got them in a plastic monochrome. Whoa. Graybeard style meeting. Call that the Sapphic salute. Trying to envision like that scale of army boys. Okay. This sponge technique is indeed very, very subtle. I might have could have skipped a couple steps now that I'm looking at it. But hey, we're here. We're gonna make it work. I'll know it on the next one. Another Nate. Best cat girl has to be Rika from Phantasy Star 4? Phantasy Star 4. I only know of Phantasy Star Online. I am sadly kind of ill-versed in cat girls. Damn, dinner's ready, so that's me for the night. Thanks for stopping by, Griffon. Your presence has been welcome as always. Pleasure chatting with you, and enjoy your dinner. I hope it's a good one. To reiterate, I was saying the called shot arm was making the universal sapphic salute. I don't understand that. That is not a term I'm familiar with. Let's see. Let's do that. Ah, yes. I see. It's the arm in the files was called shot. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. I think we're about up to a 50-50 mix of the camo black brown and the medium brown. And we're getting this nice and layered up. Getting my fingers very dirty. I kind of like the projects where my fingers get like progressively dirtier in the video. All right, those look decent. They're a little more subtle than I'd like. But you know, some lessons learned there. Sorry, bud, your hunchback's a he, him lesbian. That's fine. I've been referring to her as a her this whole time. So maybe it's appropriate anyways. I follow that trend with my chassis. They tend to be big beefy gals. Tall and powerful warrior women. You know, 50-ton warrior women at that. Okay, so we're working in even more of this medium brown. Actually, a lot more at this point, because this effect is a little too subtle. Let's just take a nice big step. Oh, damn, I didn't record that. Okay, so next step up. It's very important to name and gender your mech. Anything else is bad luck. Tempting fate in the worst way. No decals for this one. The hand paint is going to be fun. You're damn right. I'm going to be hand painting a Canopus symbol on it. It'll be super fun. My HQ awesome is namesake Hilda. This mech is based on the graffiti on my my Neuro helmet, the Canopus Traveler. And actually, let's just here, let me see if I can't grab it real quick. I'll grab that muzzle flash thing while I'm at it. Okay, yeah, let's grab that. This big boy right here. So my helmet is... I wonder if I can even fit it on the camera here. I bet I can't. This thing is huge. I can't really put it on either. It takes so much preparation, but I got my... this guy. This thing. Can I get the Canopus Traveler in the shot? No, you can't even see it. It's so big. But yeah, I got my... There it is. Canopus Traveler. So the Neuro helmet 1-to-1 scale. Doubt I can even get it on. It's so tight, can't fit my glasses on while doing it. But yeah, it's good stuff. Double thumbs up. Fun project. Actually, it was a hell of a nightmare to get together. It took like $60 in filament to get printed out and make it work. But yeah, I'll be wearing that during this filming. But the other thing I wanted to show was I got this. I found a bolter effect. Found a bolter effect for Warhammer and scaled it up. So this thing's going to be shooting a shot from its cannon as well. We might do a little OSL on it. It'll look great. It's got the two fingers out, popping off a AC-20 round. Gonna be good. So as always, as is tradition, my projects always bloat to an absurd degree. But I think they're all important parts of the artwork. Absolutely necessary. Okay, busting makes me feel good. Bow, bow. Yes, busting indeed makes this Canopus traveler feel good as she stomps around among her swarm of cat girl brethren. Okay, so and now the reflection on the cockpit, just adding on. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll just do that with a quick and dirty airbrushing though, I think. Just hit it. That's too bright. It's too bright, too much. Let's thin it down by a lot. Remember, Midwinter Minis did this thin. Very thin. Okay, let's try again. Let's see, AC-20 round is 1/5 of a ton. 200 pounds to 400 pound round. Yeah, it's absurd, right? Oh boy. I'm just gonna trust the process here. Just trust the process. Just trust the process. What's the worst that happens? I just have to repaint it? I think it will tamp down. I'm being shocked by how bright this is, forgetting that it will come down. It will come down. I want contrast. Trust the process. Trusting the process. This is me trusting the process. This is me trusting the process. Tonight on Cameron Screws Up a Mech. And join me as I waste 4 hours of work getting it wrong. Nah, that looks fine. It's gonna come down anyways when the oil wash goes on it. I don't think I thinned it enough still, but whatever. What's the worst that happens? Have to repaint it. It's gonna look fine. It's gonna look great. That's what we're here for, right? It's to sponge paint it and pretend like I know what I'm doing and then release a video about it. I think the process is gonna work. The wash is darkening a lot. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right there. Yeah, look, it's already coming down as it dries. But yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Pretty good. Nice mottled texture on it. Perfect. Thinning it worked. Trust the process. Every model goes through a bad looking stage, right? the wash is definitely going to do heavy lifting because I'm going to grime the heck out of this with an oil wash. Make sure to put a nice heavy shellac of gloss varnish over top first. Woo, mixed in the mud. Trudging through the bank. Mud and lasers. Oh, that's kind of an awesome thematic setting. Firing off those lasers, tearing bright red hot gouges in the mud, but also sending up great gouts of steam at the same time. I can see it. I might have to do like a muddy terrain. Though honestly, the terrain kind of needs to contrast with the brown a bit, I think. I wonder if I could get away with like traditional GW style ash wastes with some tufts on it. That might look all right. A very gray setting. Okay. I think that looks all right. I'm okay with that. Let's do Carolina clay. I know about red clay. My parents' house is on a plot of land that is basically 80% red clay. Yeah, let's do another. Let's do a little bit more of this here color. I think we'll do one more layer of the German camo medium brown. And get one more of these. A little bit more. This should be basically straight up this color. Go real thin. I think that's the important part here, is keeping it super thin. Of course, I haven't watched those Titan painting videos since Guy released them. Honestly, hot take. That's maybe one of the last quality pieces I've seen recently out of Midwinter Minis. I love Guy's work, but lately it feels phoned in and clickbaity. I hope he does something epic soon. I guess that Guy does seem like a good guy. That pink dragon that Howdy did was a pretty good video. It just, some of the other stuff felt a little low effort. The Tyrannid video was very, very much felt low effort and clickbaity, as did the Barbie thing. So I hope the trends kind of stop soon and we can see some quality, some higher quality stuff come out from over at Midwinter Minis. Looking forward to it. I know old Guy ain't gonna see this, but that's my thoughts on the matter. Honestly, I haven't been watching a lot of I hope he makes more dolls into fetish statues. I just would have liked to see a little more work on it. It kind of felt like it looks like a doll with some Warhammer bits glued on it, and I think that's bad converting. Just 10% more effort could have made that less. I did this because Barbie. But, you know, from a content creation standpoint and like trying to do clickbaity stuff, I get it. Sometimes it is about that number go up. Okay. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I think it was definitely low effort. I don't mind that as much from content creators. I think folks get to do a bit of both. Yeah, there's definitely some of that there. I mean, to be fair, my upcoming Armored Core paint job is very much. It is a low effort paint job. It is a quick, rough and ready. Get it done type paint job. 100% made to get clicks when Armored Core 6 comes out. You know, when it comes out July 25th. And you work all weekend and do a 12-hour stream to release it, and then get your community base hyped about releasing a video. I'm sorry, I'm kicking myself still for that. It's like any kind of art. You can do the easy commercial stuff, or you can marshal the energy for the big stuff. I think you're right. If you're doing art from a commercial standpoint, you have to sacrifice your integrity. Holy shit, that's a gigantic fly. I don't know if it came in shot for y'all just now, but good lord, that thing's big. Anyhow. I definitely cut hella corners in my commission work. But of course they're competitively priced. I'm not going to do display quality stuff unless a client like hits me up and requests that and, you know, pays for those kind of hours. But at the same time, there's a certain there's a certain amount of high effort that I think should go into content creation. If you're putting out quality video art, at least. Let's see. Is there a fly emoji? Is there a fly? Yeah, there we go. Oh, big fly. Big fly in the chat. If I get the opportunity, I'll squirt it with a pipette full of 95 or 99% rubbing alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. It usually does the trick. It's got very quick knockdown and kills them very, very quickly. Quite an effective tool at killing flies. Yeah, my building gets flies bad. So right out my window, or right out my front door, is the window at the end of the hallway, and the big house flies will, I guess they kind of congregate on that window during the daytime because it's bright, maybe, and then there's like a gap under my door, and they'll fly in here, and I see these gigantic house flies in here. Char's Fist, it's summer, we all do. Yes. The worst flies, though, even worse than the big ones. So I live above a little grocer with a pretty packed and fruit laden produce section, and they're right underneath my apartment. So I get the fruit flies up here. And then not only do you get the fruit flies, but there's these hover flies that eat the fruit flies, so they gather. My building's just like a hot spot for all kinds of flies. I'm honestly mostly thinking about Barbie, the Keeper of Secrets, and the one thing that I'm thinking about is, what is the best quad mech to put a cutie mark on? That's the tarantula, good sir. That is the tarantula. And I have one see if I can't. So I don't know if y'all have seen in the videos, but like up above my workstation up here is like a miniature rack. Like, you know, I got the we do the rust monster and the giant sloth. I'm just going down in order what's hanging up there. Greater Good cyber bike, some space marines, foundry, street violence character, like a random deer, and I dug all that down to show I have a tarantula here ready to be assembled. And I think they'd be a lot of fun to paint one of those up. Can you even see them on stream? Yeah, kind of half-ass. I just evicted 2 different Vespid species from my attic. European hornets over my bedroom and paper wasps in the kitchen. Paper wasps like dirt daubers? What is it? Mud daubers? I think they're called dirt daubers back east. Pretty sure. European hornets. I'm trying to picture what those are, and I just keep thinking of the giant Japanese ones. You know, hang all these back up on my miniature rack. Looks like a storefront up there. Paper wasp would be a great name for a wasp variant. Unfortunately, all wasps are made of paper. Just never was a fan of the almost that big. Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up. Let's pull up a European hornet. Okay, I've seen this color before, and yeah, that's a honking boy. Or I guess you touch your mouse, the ones is a noble mech. The paper wasps are tiny yellow wasps. Oh, okay. So not dirt daubers. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, okay. Not the same thing at all. Paper wasp. Like a different version of the red wasps we have back in Tennessee. Okay, so wasp. I should paint a wasp probably at some point. I have a nice sculpt for one, nice 3D print one. Dirt daubers are friendly and calm. Yeah, they don't sting you, right? They're kind of calm. What is the next logical color? I think it's going to be the like green-gray, because we still have a little bit in these crevices here of the beige that needs to dry. So let's switch back over to the dark green, extra dark green mix. And we'll show it to the camera. Pull this out. We'll do a 50-50. I put way too much out. Gonna have the same problem it did before. We're gonna thin it down. You know what? It's this is gonna turn into a watery mess, and the colors are gonna mix together. You know what? Can I get away with that much mixing on that palette there? I might need to get out my old OG palette for this. It's not the wet palette. Okay. I'm waiting on some metallics if you're going to use some. Yeah, like carpenter bees. Wait a sec. Hold on. I probably asked you where you're from out in Tennessee. I live right on the border. I'm from a little town called Tullahoma. It's 70 4 miles southeast of Nashville. It's about 2 hours north of Huntsville, Alabama. And I moved out here to San Francisco it was either late 2008, early 2009. So I've been in SF long enough to be a local, more or less. But yeah, I'm from Tennessee. Charged Fist, I'm waiting on some metallics if you're going to use some. My aunt lived in Tullahoma for a while. That's insane. Tullahoma, so obscure. There's only one Tullahoma, and no one's ever heard of it. Chars, I think what I'm going to do is, because I have this color out right now, you know what? No. I'm going to interrupt my thought process there. I'm going to paint some metallics for you. Let's show off these. Let's show off these Vallejo metal colors. And maybe I have enough space on the palette right here for it. Harriman. Also know, yeah, I've never heard of Harriman. Okay. So let's switch over to some Vallejo metal color jet exhaust. This metal color, such good stuff. It's you know, my experience with GW and craft paints and any metallic I've used out there have all been really, really bad. Poor coverage, bad color, like they suck. They're not a pleasure to use. But this stuff, this here, Vallejo airbrush metal colors. They're thin, so you have to keep stirring them, unfortunately. But they kind of perform like almost like a speed paint, in that they flow and they kind of stain the area too. But man, you get one coat coverage. You just hit it once. As long as you make sure those mica flakes are nice and stirred up in it. Am I getting that in camera? I'm trying. I'm trying to both film this and film this. But yeah, single coat coverage. This stuff is magic. I think you'll pay like between 12 and 20 bucks for a bottle of it where you pick it up. But I got some and I ain't looked back. I haven't tried out their other colors. I just have jet exhaust and duraluminum. I got a dark silver and a light silver. And you hit that with a wash and it'll stain up perfectly. I almost picked that up the other day. Yeah, I recommend it. You won't regret it. Good stuff. Next to Knoxville. Harriman next to Knoxville. I've been over to Knoxville a few times. Mostly to drive through it. And then we got Kingsport, Tennessee. Bunch of Tennessee folks. Howdy, folks. Tennessee. I ain't been back to visit in a hot minute. But then, you know, if y'all are Tennesseans, then you know that the accent that I put on for the video is pretty genuine. That's what people sound like, dog. It's only slightly amplified for the videos. If you ever hear me, if you knew me in life and heard me talk to my mom on the phone, for instance, it comes back. Very genuine. I fought my accent growing up. So, it's very suppressed most of the time. But I have discovered that out here in SF, at least, a southern accent is a hell of an icebreaker. It disarms people. It makes conversation real easy with folks. Ain't fake. I didn't expect from how thin it was to cover like that. Yeah, it's insane. And it covers even better with out of the airbrush. The downside is, and you can see it maybe right now. Let me wait on the latency here. I think you can tell now that it's already like black and separated. So you have to stop every now and then and make sure it's stirred up and you get the mica flakes good and distributed in it. And it performs like Army Painter Speed Paint in like consistency. It's really thin. So you got to be careful in applying it. But man, it's so good. It's the best, by far the best metallic I've ever used. One coat and done. Lived out west for a while and everyone loved to hear that southern accent. Yeah. Took the guys in my shop in Idaho a year to guess where I was from. Amazing. Cause you got no colloquial distortion in my speaking mannerisms. I think the biggest tell for me is I. You know, I, like I myself, is spelled A-H, I. And it comes out just very naturally like that. Let's see if this is showing up on camera here. Sorry, too. I'm filming this with the phone for the video at the same time as trying to get coverage here for the stream. Jesus, that fly. Good Lord, that thing is big. Did that come on camera briefly? I'm going to relish killing this fly when I get the chance. They are fueled by your annoyance. That is what drives them. Why do flies exist? To piss you off, that's why. No other reason. They serve no other function. It was that 5 that finally... 5. Yeah. Spelled F-A-H-V-E. Alright, we got a spot here that needs to get removed with these clippers, so let's get rid of that. And actually, this should illustrate too, like, okay, now I have that gash right there, and then you put that over top and it's gone. And unfortunately, this is this is an FDM print, so it's really rough. So, it's gonna look rough, but it's fine. I think the size of it's gonna be the big spectacle anyways. Probably sounded like 5. Say it nice and slow. Oh god, what's that guy's name? There was the actor from Portlandia was talking about Tennessee accent. And he was describing it like people talk like they're thinking about it. Talking real slow like. I'm on the other side of the state line out near Asheville, North Carolina, the Canopas of the southeastern U.S. So we're on like a 200-mile circle. Well, originally. Of course. I still like to spend some time back east from time to time. If I get the opportunity to spend a couple months, I do. I would usually take the summer in between semesters and go back, but couldn't afford it this year. Had to do some really expensive car repairs. So I'm in, I've been locked here in San Francisco for, I think since last holiday season? No, last summer. Been here, haven't taken a vacation in a year. The roughness gives it that old German armor look. I like that. It'll be good. It should get picked up really nice when I do the sponge weathering later. We'll do some I guess not, probably not tonight, but when I get to that stage in the painting, we'll do the we'll do some sponge chipping over top, a dry sponge with a mix of whole red and black. And I use whole red because I watch a lot of night shift videos, and he does his German armor with that oxide red primer. I have a couple buddies out in Oakland and a Berkeley buddy. I think that definitely means we need to do a battletech meetup. I have a couple buddies out in Oakland and a Berkeley buddy. Should come down to the old battletech meetup every third Sunday. Games of Berkeley. We have a fantastic little group there. We got some new blood. We got some old grognards. $5 entry. We get usually get a room in the back to ourselves. It's a rowdy time. There's a good turnout. We usually play about 8K BV. Love to see you there. If you shoot me a message, I'll bring some Country Fried Mini stuff. I don't know, some stickers or something. But yeah, I'm down for gaming. We also play at the Game Post here in downtown San Francisco. I'm gonna skip it this month. 8K, yeah. I mean, the guys are also open to do smaller games, but 8K seems about right to... Usually folks will take a lance and pump the numbers on the pilots. And it'll make, like, you hit more often, and it's still a kind of small game. It's a good time. You doing Ill Clan? No, actually. We have been slowly playing through. We were playing Clan Invasion for the longest. And we went through FedCom Civil War. And then after Tukiyid Day, we did a Tukiyid event and then mutually decided among the group to advance into the Jihad. But really, I think folks are mostly like open to playing whatever. Really. I personally favor the older eras before you start to have to deal with advanced tech. But that's just me, because I'm a grognard. Love the FedCom Civil War as a Periphery Free Worlds gal. I'm used to 5.5K games, but that's for third succession war stuff. So imagine your 5K game, but your lance all got... They went up a number. And you have a good time. Let's see, my Atomo lance, I run 8K, and that's an Akuma, a longbow, an avatar, and a strider, and then I take 3 platoons of motorized LRM infantry, what's the scout car? Swiftwind scout car for the initiative bonus. And a unit of phalanx battle armor. I can't remember their numbers, but that's 8K. It's a good amount. You got a good variety. It's still only 4 mechs. And it's a good time. Yeah, FedCom's my favorite era for sure. Personally, because you start to get, the Inner Sphere stuff doesn't completely suck. Most importantly, the Korean far shot infantry LRM system is invented in 3063, and that is one of my favorite things. I love LRM infantry. Get them in position, use a transport, drop them down, start chucking out indirect shots. I'm a big fan of elite infantry. Super elite LRM squads. I'm either running those guys or I'm doing like jump flamer infantry to do swarm attacks. That's coming through, okay. I love painting, but the rules are hard for me to follow. Rules? There's rules? Yeah, exactly. The rules are as complicated as you want them to be. In my mind, there's 3 rule books. You got the Total Warfare, and then the advanced, the Tac Ops books. But then evidently the tech manual has some of the rules that aren't in Total Warfare. Or the mech manual, I think. And then of course, like the old campaign operations book has all the quirks. I love the freedom that the game gives you. The mathematical part. Okay, yeah. Doing the crunch, doing the gator. I think I take to that easily myself because I play Infinity, which has a lot of. You're dealing with a lot of +3s and -3s and +9s, and depending on the situation, just stacking modifiers. Unfortunately, nothing makes that go faster. It's just like, I suppose, familiarity with the charts, with the numbers, repetition of the drills of like gunnery, attacker mods. What is it? Terrain mods? Opponent? I don't remember what they stand for. Gator and Satyr are basically debits credits, yeah. If I ever wanted a kid to become an accountant, I'd teach that kid battletech. Just condition you to be in moving numbers around. Yeah, it does suck at times. I do not have a math brain. Actually, when I graduated high school and first started college, many years ago, I was going to be a computer programmer, and I found out very quickly that I hated math. So I did what any college dropout would do and spent a good deal, many years doing nothing, being listless and smoking hella weed. Now as an adult, I don't do the drugs no more. I've gone back to college. But I went for an art degree. And I'll tell you what, I'm using my art degree and I'm making $0 on it right now. I've learned some cool stuff though, for what it's worth. That's it. See, because FedCom Civil War is great. Just watching the 2 girls, like no one likes tearing out each other's hair out. Or that's how I see it, because the Steiners and the Davions annoy me. I kind of go back and forth between which side I support there. My original faction. This fucking fly, dude. It's back. My original faction I was playing, or original group, was the 12th Arcturans. Can't believe I forgot about this. Closest I got to battletech was Crimson Skies. I never actually played Crimson Skies. It's one of those games I remember seeing in like the PlayStation magazines back in the days. And never got the chance to play it. I think it was PlayStation, right? PS1? Okay, got some metallics on that leg. I think they're looking all right. Good enough, which is most important. Good enough. Single coat coverage. Put a little in that crevice there. Again, I don't mean to keep bumping the camera either. What are we looking at? I wonder if that... The fly's coming awful close to showing. I hope it does show itself on camera. You guys, the size of this thing is insane. I mean, I know everywhere has house flies. But good lord, this thing is a fucking fighter bomber. Speaking of crimson skies. Okay. Yeah, for Xbox. Wait. Tabletop Crimson Skies. I didn't know there was a Tabletop Crimson Skies. I had no idea. Xbox. Original Xbox. Okay, it was Xbox, yeah. Fun setting. Didn't know there was a video game version. Yeah, I just remember seeing like the interesting plane designs, but I never got to play it. Need to skip this metallic section for now till I go back and sponge over the brown. So let's do the metallic here. I think all of this is going metallic. All of this in here. And this will get picked out with a null oil wash afterwards. It's all about position and facing. When Jordan Weissman closed Fastest Production Wing, he sold the game rights of the settings to Microsoft. That's why we had that god-awful Shadowrun first-person shooter game back in the early aughts. I don't remember a first-person shooter Shadowrun game. Is it worth playing? You think it'd be worth going back and playing and seeing how bad it is? You know, sometimes I like doing that. I remember the Shadowrun game that I remember was the Super Nintendo one. And that was basically unplayable. From my experience at the time. Of course, I could have just been dumb. It absolutely would not be. Okay. It's online only and unplayable. That's sad. Online only. You hate to see it. Fun fact though, Rooster Teeth almost made a Machinima series based on it, which was also terrible. I'm assuming the terrible part was the hook. It's like a self-awareness thing. They did one episode of it, and it was so bad, and the game was so bad, it just died. Inhaled a piece of dust. I may have gotten it clear. Okay. See if I can't keep this in the frame. My fly friend is just going to taunt me all evening. It's amazing. Question for the chat. Call me Grishka. It's a question for the chat. Ask away, good sir. Who makes up characters for their battletech lances companies? So personally, I don't make up stories for my characters, nor have I played with the same lances enough, like over and over, to attribute any stories to them. But I do have a habit myself. Whenever I make a list, I do it in MegaMech, and I'll roll random names on the pilots until I have one that works for my faction and somehow just feels right in my gut to be piloting that mech. And then I will take that name and I will search for pilot images and edit in little, oh good lord, that thing. Did I catch the fly on camera that time? No, it's in my space. It's here to drive me insane. Anyhow, I put together a name and a pilot picture for all my pilots, and then I tend to paint on the little banner with their name on it on their base. Yeah, ordered copy, then got new parts for my PC so I could play it. By the time my upgrade was finished, the servers were already dead. Oh man. Could always I could see you raising a civil suit against the company, being like, you made me waste my money, you bastards. I tend to make families and trace pilots. I like that. Well, you know, that makes sense in the scope of battletech. Because isn't it like super common that these machines, if the machine was owned, then it's like generationally owned. Which actually, you know, stepping back and thinking about the C-bill value of these machines, even for like a Locust or a Urban Mech, and if you consider that kind of C-bill value for an individual, that's pretty wild, right? These are not cheap machines. Even the cheapest mechs are not a cheap machine. Nobility nonsense. I have a family who are my main Taurian folk. Ooh, Taurians. Man, that... Am I gonna have to go down a periphery rabbit hole with some mechs here soon? Have to do a periphery series. Maybe make it a sub-series on the channel or something. One of my next battletech projects, when timed releases and upcoming things slow down, I've got this 5 generations of the catapult that I'm wanting to do. And I picked up this, I don't know if I mentioned it in the last stream or not. I picked up this battletech speed paint starter set, and I'm intent to do my 5 generations of the catapult miniseries and paint them all with these colors. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be super fun. I've got, well, 5 generations of the catapult. Periphery's really cool. If you do and you want to I don't know YouTube, but I'm an artist. If you want to do a commission type thing, I could send you a portrait of my Taurian CO and a backstory. I could let you make a color scheme for our ancestral mech. That actually sounds really fun. We could maybe do a feature about it, a community spotlight video. The production schedule's going to be pretty full up through the painting challenge, which will be the first community feature. But yeah, I'd definitely be down for that. If you're on the if you're on the Discord, shoot me a message. I'll definitely chat with you. If you're not, you can also check my email in the About page, and we can make something work. I definitely love the idea of community involvement and getting folks to get their stuff out there. Like, something about the, like, by the community, for the community. It's content made for the community to build the community so they can then put stuff into the community that's made by the community. Lots of steps involved, but yeah, that'd be fun. I dig it. Should be super fun. And yeah, one more plug for that old that Bromad Academy paint up. Sure, I'll join your cult. Yes. Yes. Join the ranks of the biscuits. There's a painting competition up now on the Bromad Academy to paint a peripheral unit for Infinity. And the peripherals are these like little helper bots that like engineers and doctors in the game use to extend their reach. And the Battle Buddies contest is to paint one of these up. The main winner that's chosen gets a blister of their choice from Shiv Games, as well as a commission, a 3D model commission from Monstrous Makings. And then Wise Kensai, the organizer, is also going to pick someone at random to also receive a prize. So everyone has a chance to win. What I'm proposing is that folks should get themselves a set with a Infinity peripheral, paint it up, enter the competition, and send me pictures and or a short clip of you talking about your model or showing it off, whatever you'd want to do to get featured on the video. And we'll do a community highlight, Infinity the game, Battle Buddies, the end of September. So plenty of time to paint it up. It's a little tiny model. Let's see if I have a peripheral handy. I think I put up all my Infinity models that were over here. But yeah, it'd be super fun. Love to have folks on there. I'm working to get some other content creators involved. Should be a good time. And that goes for anyone who finds this via the algorithm as well. If you're catching this, if you've been watching this stream while you're working, want to paint some stuff up, check out the Bromad Academy challenge. Join up at the Discord link in the description of the video down below and shoot me a message, and I will be more than happy to chat with you about it and get it a rolling. It's a peripheral. That'd be fun. Painted up in Taurian Concordant colors. That'd be fun. I really love Infinity models. They're I don't know if any of y'all have painted, Warhammer stuff, but like I've said to a few friends before that Warhammer models they're covered in details, whereas Infinity models are detailed. Like there's less things on their surfaces, but they're generally higher detail, a little finer scale. Good though, high sci-fi, really fun stuff. Also want to take a moment to thank all y'all for hanging out. As always, just like I say that I want y'all to remember to be happy when you're painting, I want you to remember that showing up and contributing in these moments makes me happy while I'm painting. And it's an utter joy to get to chat with you fine folks about anything and everything here in the Country Fried Minis paint stream. These have been a blast so far, and I'm planning on continuing with them, whatever we're working on here in the bullshit corner. Do some streams. I may not get every single moment in live stream form, but you know, every now and then share 4 or 5 hours of the painting process. Share a little bit of my filming process. It's good stuff. I like to sci-fi unplugged. Good stuff. Watching you paint makes me happy. Well, man, that's what it's all about, really. Anyone gets anything out of this, then it's worth the effort. That, and, you know, I'm doing this painting anyways. Or at least that was like my my logic with the workflow live stream was the whole I'm doing this anyways. I'm putting in these hours. I might as well farm it for a little bit of extra content. Plus the putting these live streams in the algorithm seems to keep the channel going with a little more algorithmic traction to enhance the performance of the full-length videos when they come out. Because honestly, I could probably get a video out every other week if I just really would grind at this and wasn't so lazy. But, you know, I'm lazy. Anyhow, looks like we have the metallics on these lower legs, at least the initial metallics done. I think that means I can, let's put a little in here, and do the sponge work on this now and move up. And then we'll go back in here, put the metallics in the crevices, slowly work our way up this Hunchback. Tomagrishka, a little sad that the 4G Hunchback isn't getting as much love in the poll. People hate the 4G. People don't like ammunition, I find. And that's sad. But that's fine. You can have an opinion that is wrong. That is okay. Let's switch gears here and get out my old... Do I have that anymore? Thought I had my OG paint palette in here. Did I not? I don't know what I've done with it. I might not have a palette anymore. 4 AC20s. Something you could do that I love is running an Atlas 7D, a Centurion 9AH, a Hunchback 4G, and a Thunderbolt 5D 4 AC20s. Yeah, that would work. Once again, I think of the Hetzer, the wheeled assault gun. It's a 6'9" movement vehicle with a front-facing AC-20 that's only height 1. You can hide it behind a hill and pop out and blow people up. Another Nate, but lasers. That, I mean, that's a good argument, and as Wargamer Fritz would insist, redundancy is what makes your hits hit. But of course, you know, you could always run that Hunchback 4G with a 2.3 pilot in it and just hit every time you shoot anyways. Honestly, think the ammo exploding like it does is like super wonky and doesn't make sense in the context of real life or even the world of battletech. No, not at all. And this is something that comes up a lot in a discussion with between myself and a good friend of mine regarding battletech. No, it makes no sense. But from a gameplay mechanic, it makes sense. And when you consider that battletech is a board game, it's not even a miniature game, really. You can play it miniature game style, but it is a board game. And honestly, I think that's part of what makes it so beautiful. The hex system removes so much ambiguity. It allows your pieces to be more representational. It's a wonderful thing. cooked ammunition is stored so that the ammunition explosion goes outward. And within battletech, there's no way that ancestral mechs could exist. It's statistically likely for mechs to blow up. Yeah, but PPC lasers are so much more sci-fi than boring old cannons. Yeah, you're not wrong. They're definitely very sci-fi. I like to think of battletech kind of in the same vein as like the 40K thing of humanity's Age of Darkness. Like, people have either like blown up the technology or like lived on backwater worlds that don't have access to it, and there's a whole lot of if it ain't broke, don't fix it going on. From a gameplay point of view, ammo is so suboptimal because it's so heavy and so volatile. It really is the best thing you can do to improve yeah, but AC-20. I mean, I shoot your fancy clan tech in the head and you're dead instantly with my urban mech, nonetheless. Which said no one ever, because the urban mech never gets there to actually fight. Okay, we're getting back out the sponge. We're dipping in our stuff. I think I recorded mixing that up earlier. We're going to get this, and we're going to start sponging on a little bit of this greeny gray-y color. And I think I may have not made it dark enough or light enough. It's kind of doing stuff here. Oh, I'm not really getting it on camera down here though. Hard to get it in both cameras. Oh, I get it. I just wanted to throw some... Hold on, there's a lot going on here. Let me pause this. Remove any ballistic weapons. Replace with energy weapons. Make no mistake, I love autocannons. I love AC-10 on Irby. Oh, I get it. I just want to throw some Future Cry in, but I think it can be balanced better. Case in point, the 2018 Battletech computer game. Autocannons and lasers act totally different. It makes perfect sense where and why you choose one over. Are Beagle missiles still a thing? Like narc beacons? The Beagle Active Probe exists, but I think its use is basically limited to spotting hidden deployment units and use in scenarios that are specifically written to use it. Other than that, it has no game effect. Narc beacons are definitely a thing where it attaches to the mech and the missiles home in, but you need narc ammunition to take advantage of it. I'd much rather use semi-guided ammunition and tag lasers, but then you're getting into the realm of like complicated battle value calculation rules that aren't actually 100% clear, and you have to bust out the calculator, which is the best part of Battletech, is having to calculate numbers. And by best, I mean the most fun part. Okay. Sponging on this stuff. Spongy, 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 spongy. These colors aren't working great. I think I may have conflated the two colors while working on it. Let's get this boy going. Battle math. Christ, that's a lot of charts. These are game design gripes for a game that's almost 40 years old and basically say the same. I think that's honestly, that is a point of enjoyment for me. You can dig open these old books from the late 80s, early 90s, and they're basically still valid. I like that a lot. It's very cool in my book. But I definitely am looking at some of that through the lenses of nostalgia, because I grew up looking at my dad's technical readout books. Okay, we're going to go more dark green. Actually, we're going to brighten these up even more. What color's going in? We're going to take some olive green, or let's just go absurd with it. Narc may be what my friend talked about. He's a compulsive liar and retcons his personal history to suit the needs. I can see where you could conflate the two. Easy enough. Of course, never attribute to malice what can just as easily be attributed to stupidity. Not to call your friend stupid. I don't mean it with any malice. We're going to use this intermediate green and really brighten this stuff up. I think the way battletech embraces tradition is very, very inspiring. I think it's definitely a better strategy than, say, redoing the rules every few years, then increasing the complexity of those rules over a period of 4 to 7 years, and you have to wipe the slate clean and do another version. Yeah, or, you know, like releasing every army except for the last one, and then you make a new edition and start over again. Every, 2 years. Games Workshop. Yeah, kind of irritating that editions don't last longer in 40K. Is what I'm getting at there. Drives me batty. Twice now. It's been so long since I've played a game of 40K that I bought the rule book and paid GW like $60 for it, and then never played a single game. And a new edition comes out. Oh, he's stupid in a lot of ways too, but still a friend. As the stupid friend, your nobility is seen and appreciated. Hell, I saw the release date for Armored Core 6 listed as August 25th and couldn't tell my 7s and 8s apart. And didn't realize it till 2 hours before the video was to go out. After hyping up a community and staying up all night on a live stream to produce the video for it. Yes, I am the dumb friend. But that's okay. My knowledge is in art. Took 3 semesters of Western art history. I'd probably get a job at the museum at this point, honestly. Though, if luck is on my side, this is what I'll be doing by the time I graduate. Love and protect your bimbo friends. I think the term is, well, there's bimbos and there's himbos, right? Alright, let's get another sponging here. Yeah, that sponging look. This looks so much better. You got to do more contrast. Be bold. Be bold. These were supposed to be gray, but they are green now. Sponging on a color. Sponging on a color. We're making progress. I'm actually kind of surprised how much progress is being made here. It's looking pretty decent. Looking all right. Starting to look like a model. Even with those ugly layer lines in them. Nothing I can do about them now. I tried to smooth them out. He's definitely not a himbo. More of the blob. Blob. I gotta be careful. I'm heading into blob territory myself. Me and cookies have a complicated relationship right now. Fun fact, did y'all know that Oreo cookies are completely vegan? They're cruelty-free and animal product-free. And they are also soy milk's favorite cookie. They ever open casting call for X-Men henchman, he's a shoe-in. Nice. Now, if there was an open casting for X-Men henchmen and your friend got the job, would you feel like you made that happen based on this statement right here? You put it out there in the universe? There's a huge thing about it because for a long time they use a beef byproduct gelatin. I didn't know that Oreos used to have gelatin in them. I know that for a long time Skittles were not vegan because they had carmine in them, which is red dye derived from cochineal bugs. I know these things because I'm mostly vegan. I have no compunction with that for a long time because I knew folks who would get Hydrox because killing them with milk was still kosher. Hydrox. I'm not sure what that is. Another Nate manifesting friend getting a job as an X-Man henchman. Looking up Hydrox. I see. Hydrox is a chocolate biscuit. Not to be confused with a country style biscuit, but more like a European biscuit. Interesting. All kosher is a selling point because original Oreo recipe used lard. Okay, interesting. Yes. Hydrox was the Oreo cookie before Oreos existed. A real biscuit. Oh, here we go again. No. A real biscuit is fluffy and buttery and made with buttermilk. Well, I guess not for me. My mom's got a good recipe that's vegan that I tend to eat. Actually, it's funny. After that discussion in your stream, Pega, this came back as a conversation. Well, I guess now in all three of my painting streams as of late. The biscuits. which makes sense, of course, because the big selling point for my channel membership is the biscuit based emojis. I ought to put a biscuit in there, like a your style biscuit, just to complicate things. Actually, do you have a recommendation of a biscuit for me to put in as a Discord emoji? What would like the go-to? What's a quintessential Aussie biscuit that would be instantly recognizable if you knew what it was? Okay. This sponging is starting to look decent. It's good enough, and I think that's the selling point here. Good enough is good enough. Arnott's Chalky Ripple. I'm selling membership based on lies. Oh, amazing. I'd like to learn a good vegan recipe because I have a couple vegan friends. Digestives. Arnott's Chalky Ripple. Arnott's, I think we're going to add an Arnott's Chalky Ripple. And I think the Tim Tam is going to be so meta that is made to piss off Aussie folks. Even more so. Digestive with coffee milk. Okay. So let's take a moment and discuss the best vegan recipe I got. All right. What you're going to want to do is get you 3 like medium-sized zucchinis. Cut them into wedges. Take you a whole white onion. Dice it up. Toss them in a pan with some olive oil, a little bit of salt, a pinch of MSG. Always MSG. That's a good umami for when you're only doing veggies. Start that cooking down while you're boiling your water for your spaghetti. Whatever your favorite spaghetti is, cook you some spaghetti. Once the onions go translucent, take you an entire bulb of garlic. I mean the whole bulb, every bit of it. Peel them, mince it, dice it, whatever your preferred is, toss it in. Take you 3 serrano peppers or so. However much spice you like. Use jalapenos if serranos are too spicy. Dice it up, and you get your garlic and your jalapenos and your peppers, whatever you put in, cooking with those with the zucchini and the onions. Cook it down. Cook it down till your zucchini like starts to burn a little bit, just a bit. Make sure you're stirring your spaghetti. You're just cooking vegetables. Easy mode. From there, you want to add 6 to 8 Roma tomatoes that you've scooped out the interior and diced up. Get rid of the insides, get rid of the seeds. Cook it down. Cook them way down. And once it's cooked down to like a nice rendered mush, add in your tomato sauce and your basil and your oregano, all that good stuff. Cook it down. Cook it as long as possible. Ideally, put it in the fridge overnight. Now the kicker here, what really sets this over the edge, because at this point it just sounds like basic spaghetti. When your spaghetti is done, drain it thoroughly, and get you a non-stick skillet ripping hot, like hot, high heat, with a little high smoke point oil in it. Just splash the vegetable oil. Toss in your noodles in that pan and salt and pepper it and throw in some Italian seasoning. It should go when it hits the pan. Fry that spaghetti in the pan and then add your sauce in and stir it in the non-stick skillet and serve up that fried spaghetti. Super simple. It's just spaghetti, and damn is it good. And it turns what would be a basic dish into something to really impress your friends. You could do it with just a red sauce. I guess it's more like almost like a vegetable bolognese, but that's my go-to. just the kicker in all of it, I guess, is cook some pasta, make you a nice vegetable pasta dish, and fry the noodles in a hot non-stick skillet. And that is the go-to. I know there's like all kinds of fun vegan stuff you can do, but like, in my humble opinion, the most impressive by far is going to be some kind of fried pasta. Yeah. I don't know if y'all can tell, I like food. My waistline definitely reflects that fact. I need to correct a little bit of the brown here, because I got a little bit on the mech. So let's correct this. Uh-oh. My neighbors are making banging noises again. Okay. Put a little bit of that down. Now, I think I might need to get a new sponge. My favorite vegan recipe is just any vegetable charred over hot coals, grilled veggies over smoked lentils. Man, lentils are one of those foods that people sleep on, and like, they really shouldn't. They're so good. But smoked, I've never tried it. I like that idea. Been trying to have more vegetarian meals. Discovered how good halloumi is. I know that word. Is a goat and sheep's milk mixture. It's sometimes described as squeaky. Interesting. High melting point cheese. Bet it's nice and savory. A little sour to it, perhaps. I just discovered lentils a year ago. I keep them in the cabinet, but I've been doing a lot of chickpeas lately. I got a soft spot for canned chickpeas. Just drain them, dump them out, toss them in a pan, fry them up with a little corn or something, put them over rice. I also tend to eat garbage food because I live in San Francisco and have access to like restaurant quality stuff that is very bad for you. I'm mostly vegan for a while now, since like 2017. I haven't had meat in 6 years. I can't do it. It's an empathy thing for me. I used to be a tireless crusader to get people to change their ways, but now, whatever, man. Eat, do what you want. Do what thou wilt. Halloumi is just a nice base for any sort of sauce you want to flavor it with, like a honey halloumi burger. Interesting. It's a good thing we don't have farmer bros out east. Yeah. I don't know if that banging is coming through the microphone, but my neighbors have started their nightly domestic violence. Must be having a bad night. Linga Linga. God, y'all are just... You know, this has become... Linga Linga vegetable. Hearty vegetable stew made with amaranth greens and thickened with ground peanuts? What? These are the moments I live for what it's worth. Folks show up, you're chatting, you say something, and I'm like, I need to know, and then it becomes a thing. So I think we're going to take a moment and go back to metallics. I can't handle it. I'm cooking noodles. Yes. Oh man, I want some noodles too. Can you email me some noodles? That'd be really cool of you if you did that. You can make it with ground peanuts. Oh, okay. Ling-a-ling is just the vegetable. Got you. It's African amaranth. My mom and I grow it in our yard. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Very fun. I'll have to try it if the opportunity presents itself. I said it was Congolese. I wonder if there's anywhere to get something like that around here. I know there's African cuisines around. Not sure where though. There's an Ethiopian place in my neighborhood. I ate it a few times. They have this like crazy soft spongy bread that you eat the food with. It's really good. Or my movie watching snack, fried okra is so much better than popcorn. Now that absolutely signals Southern cooking right there. Fried okra. It's definitely a South thing. A lot of people don't like okra because of the slimy texture. I don't like the slimy texture, but frying it seems to like completely mitigate that sliminess. I'm gonna get, there's 5 wild plants here in NC that are basically amaranth. You want to get the leaves while they're younger. All right. You know about poke salad? Poke salad. See if I can't find that. I guess I can't really share it so easily. Pokeweed. That's a southern thing. See, now that tells me what region you're from. Ain't nobody know what poke salad is. My grandmother would pick that out of the front yard and bring it in and cook it. I'd be like, "You are crazy, Granny." She's like, "No, it's good," and I was like, "No, it's not." I despise soggy greens. Yeah, I think that's fair. I usually do like if I'm doing collards, I'll make them. I'll stew them down a bit, but still keep them a touch to the tooth, and then I put a little vinegar in with them. But I do have a soft spot for canned spinach. Also ate wild rhubarb as a kid, got sick, did it again. Ah, yes. Insane. Man, y'all make me miss gardening. It's one thing that I don't have out here. Just grow a whole bunch of stuff. Cabbages and onion, broccoli, and potatoes and squash. Peppers, tomatoes, and make sure you plant a bunch of marigolds around the perimeter of your garden to keep the bugs out. Yeah, I miss it. But honestly, I wouldn't trade it. I got a good little spot here. I got affordable rent. I got, shut my door. Lock myself in from the rest of the world. Grew my own pumpkin. Pumpkin soup. Now that is wild. Never grew pumpkin. Like I said, I grew a bunch of squash. I grew cucumbers before. Cucumbers didn't come out great. The squash, I don't really like yellow squash. But I really like it when it's young and like kind of undersized. and they'd never make it past that point because it'd be like a snack while you're out there doing work in the garden. Pick it right off the vine and chomp into it. That and just biting into a fat beefsteak tomato, a little bit of salt. Oh yeah, good stuff. We're also doing beans, corn, and squash in a plot. Lingalinga and guy. Ngai? How do you pronounce that? Is the N emphasized? We're growing 3 sisters right now in our yard besides Congolese stuff. Fun. All I have of plants in my life currently is a hardy little, a little prickly pear cactus that hangs out in the window by my bed. And I like it because I can forget to water it for a month and it's fine. Okay. Use acorn squash, which has the same flavor as pumpkin without the tough fibers. I've seen acorn squash, never cooked with them. My dad does a lot of stuff with spaghetti squash. Now that stuff's fun. Just treat it like spaghetti. Throw it in the oven, give it a bake, a little oil or butter on top. Make your spaghetti sauce, or bolognese, whatever you're going to put over it. Get that spaghetti squash out of the oven, where you've cut it in half beforehand. Scrape it with a fork and all the fibers come apart. And you eat it with the bolognese. It's good stuff. Okay, we're painting a hunchback. Butternut squash, so good. Butternut squash. Roast it, put it in a stew. Good stuff. Damn, y'all making me hungry. Hungry. Well, I'm doing all right. I don't know, it's kind of turning into how the last stream got towards the end. Is it the hunger pangs taking over, making us talk about food? How long I've been at this, y'all? I think battletech fiction could stand to describe food more, but the problem there is there's so many worlds. Right, and that's one thing I found about the setting that was kind of tough to wrap my mind around. Is like there's all these worlds, all these crazy environments, all these nations, all these systems, and yet they just like largely give people British accents. Where's the weird accents? Where's the weird foods? Where's the regional stuff? That gets into the realm of like crazy world building. I think that's probably why they don't describe food too much in that same kind of category. Just it requires such deep dives that don't really have a massive effect on the expression of the setting. Could we get tasting menus for all the factions? Oh, that'd be fun. Fun fact, small thing. All right. Small things. Great things come in small packages. Good things come in small packages. Bob Charette specifically had a scene where two ethnically Japanese Koreans took their tea, and it was very ceremonial, but they use a samovar. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a word? It's an important attribute of Russian households and taverns to tea drinking. Okay, metal container traditionally used to heat and boil water, originating in Russia. It has a very distinct look to it. Interesting. Okay, so that is touched on every now and then. Koreans are very Eurasian, Russian flavored. Very cool. Very, very cool. So that every now and then is kind of touched on. Excuse me. I think that's the only decent one. Bob Charette is the best battletech writer. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Bob Charette for his battletech stuff. And actually, tell you what, folks, I think I'm hitting the wall here. We're sitting at the 4-hour point. I kind of want to hop up and stretch my legs and maybe eat a little bit. All this talk about food is piquing my hunger. I definitely did not get as much done as I would have liked on this. We'll probably do... Might be back tomorrow for another stream. Might be back Friday. I'll put a notice in the channel. We'll do a joint episode, I think, of more sponging on the Hunchback and some more layers on the Cat Girls. Get it done. This has been fun, and I am humbly thankful for y'all's presence here today. It warms my heart to see folks interested in seeing what's going on here, and I'm super glad you're here to witness that work is being done, and it will be a video soon. So don't fret, the Armored Core video is coming out on the 25th of August. That is done and ready to go. So content's coming out of the corner. We got Thitania coming up. We got Octavia Grimstarter coming up. And then we got some stuff coming out in September that is Infinity related. Also, another shout out over to Peganico. Check out her channel. It's really good stuff. I can't recommend it enough. Really fun, really chaotic energy that is super entertaining. And of course, as always, I want you all to be happy while you're painting. If you ain't checked out the Discord yet so far, it's down in the description here. Come on, swing by, post some pictures of what you're working on. I'd love to see it. I'm around. I'll answer whenever I'm around. But anyhow, my brain no work right now. I'm losing focus. So I'm going to call it for the evening. So, lots of love to all of y'all. Enjoy y'all your hobbying. Enjoy y'all some biscuits or whatever food you're working on. And I'll be back probably tomorrow, to be realistic. I need to get this done. But if not, I'll see y'all Friday. Either tomorrow or Friday. Right? It's today? No, today's Thursday. Good Lord, I lost a day. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. Anyhow, y'all take it easy. See you around next time.